Uh, this is Jerry Barron, and I welcome you to day 2 of our 2020 virtual workshops. Uh, the feedback we had yesterday was extremely positive, both in the presentations and give a big shout out to Nancy Fitz and her presentation, and of course Mike and John Weiss's as well. But probably the most comments we got were from people involved in the priority setting and just seeing some of the chatter going back and forth in the Western region and then some of the other places of how people like the idea of how this worked out yesterday. So day 1 went very well. You know, we also had the networking event at the end of the session yesterday. And for those of you who remained on the line for that one, it was an opportunity to check in with some people, some friends, some work colleagues, and just seeing how they're doing and chatting up a bit and then visiting with others. But so yeah, day 1's done. Now we're ready to go to day 2. Before I turn it over to Van to start, during my presentation yesterday, I mentioned about some of the new hires that IR4 has started, and plus some of the ones going forth in the future. We were heard yesterday, late in the day, that 2 of the positions that we are been hoping to get through as quickly as possible have been approved in posting. So we now have put out for posting a associate director for regulatory sciences area, essentially Dan Kunkel's position. So that was posted yesterday afternoon. So that's available off the North Carolina State website, and also posted, I think, today, but definitely approved, is for a communications information officer. So that should be available. If not today, should be available shortly. So please check out the NC State website. I think we'll probably have a notice going out about the availability of these positions, so you can see it if you're interested or know someone who's interested. Please share the word with others. So Van, kick it off. And wait a minute. Great. Thank you for putting that up. I guess I neglected to once again thank our sponsors. So this is the group of people that are helping pay the bills for this year's workshop. So thank you very much. Van, I'll leave it up to you to remind people of the ground rules and what they expect to do. So Van, it's yours.
Thanks, Jerry. I think Maddie or Warren, did you want to provide some input here like you did yesterday?
Yeah, we'll be happy to. Maddie, if we want to go ahead and put those up, but really appreciate everyone working well together. I thought with the large group we had, it worked really well. And just a couple things, just as reminders. The regional field coordinators, we're going to ask you to keep yourself off of mute if you want to speak up, but we're going to ask others to go ahead and just type in Q if you have a question or comment. So that way we make sure that we don't speak over each other. But you know, we'll continue to work as we did yesterday. I think it worked well. But if we find we're talking over each other, we will ask you to use that Q function. But you know, again, just some one other thing we would like you to do is go ahead and rename yourself with your last name, first name, organization, and your state. You can do that just by going to your video box and the three dots upper right-hand corner. You can rename yourself, or if you go at the bottom of your screen under participants, you can find yourself and rename yourself. That way we know who's talking and we can call on you. But again, we just thank everyone and ask you to Maddie, we'll go ahead and put the ground rules up. Just again, keep these ground rules in mind. We won't go over them again, but if there's anything else you need from us, be sure to send a note to one of the FountainWorks team members if you're having technical issues or anything else you need. We'll be sure to get back with you. Thank you.
And Maddie, maybe you could just remind them, we have Maddie, Warren, is it Sheila?
Yep. Maddie, Warren,
And
Shelley,
Connor.
and Connor. So
And
we're all
Connor.
here to help, and you can always type in Fountainworks and find one of us.
Yeah. So thanks, Warren. We appreciate all you're doing. On the screen right now, you can see here what our goals are for this 2020 workshop. We're looking to set 40A priorities for residue studies in the food program, 8 H+ performance projects, and also 8 A priority integrated solution priorities. So that's our goal. And after, just to give you an update from yesterday, those who weren't online, we ended up with 32 A's in the weed science area and 18 or 19 H+ priorities so far. So we had a very successful day, I think, and if the day goes anything like yesterday, we'll be very, very pleased. On the screen right now in front of you is some statistics. I wanted to kick off this part of the workshop with a little background. Whenever we opened up our nominations online, August 21st, we had 422 researchable projects. And by researchable, that means they would project requests that required residue data, residue and performance, project requests that were still under evaluation, or projects that required only performance data. Either the tolerance is established and we need performance data to add a crop or a pest, or we simply need performance data. So we had 422 such projects. For the entomology session that we're headed into here this morning, we had 109 of those 422 were entomology requests. And after the nomination process ended on the 3rd of September, we had 38 A nominations in the entomology area. So those are the project requests that we will be focusing on this morning. Before we head into the project discussions, I wanted to provide a little bit of background, also some key to some of the codes. I'm sure there are some of you that are online that weren't with us yesterday. And I kind of reviewing this before each discipline area starts. Just a reminder about our residue priority codes. If anything, it's an A priority, that's the highest priority. We need it now, or the stakeholders are looking for something to registration as soon as possible. A B priority is still very important, but it could wait for a year. A C priority is important to keep it alive and keep it active. Then we have priorities as D, E, and F, and these are indications that a request has not been nominated at all by anybody for 1, 2, or 3 straight years. And if we have a project request that does not nominate 3 years in a row, it goes basically into mothballs, remains in our database, but becomes a workshop drop. We had 15 such additions this year, and over the past 8, 10 years of doing this, I believe we have close to 450 project requests that are in mothballs or workshop drops. These could be resurrected by a stakeholder if they submitted a new request, but they won't come up again unless that happens. Then looking in the performance side of things, ECS equals efficacy / crop safety. We have an H+ as the highest priority, which is needed now, kind of comparable to the A priority in residue. An H is a high priority, but it could wait a year. But as we go through the project requests here for entomology, anything that is performance only, we'll be giving an HM or an L. And then in the end, we'll end up with 8 H+ priorities, hopefully tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, Thursday. And then below the H, we also have an M, which is medium priority, which indicates it's important to keep it alive and active, and then an L for the lowest priority, but we still want to keep it alive. For those who weren't here yesterday to hear Nancy Fitz from EPA, she gave a very nice detailed description of the EPA stoplight analysis color codes, a process that we go through every year with our partners at EPA. And they provide, we provide them a list of researchable projects typically around the 4th of July week, and ask for them to analyze those requests. These are all requests that at that time are researchable. Green light from EPA means go. There currently are not concerns about registrability of the proposed use. A yellow light indicates that the IR4 should proceed with caution. The path to registration is not perfectly clear, but so it's kind of beware. Orange is proceed only as a last resort. The path to registration is more than uncertain, so we have to really tread carefully if a project request is given an orange by EPA. And then a red basically is there is no current clear path to registration, and any project request that came back with a red light actually did not show up in our nomination list for stakeholders to nominate. So that's the color codes that EPA provides for us each year and helps us in determining the I'm searching for the right word, the public interest finding. Finally, we have a listing here of the criteria that we should be using to select our priorities for the coming year. These include, I'm not going to read the whole list, but include the availability of other tools, including ongoing projects, the damage potential of the target pest, and is it a new invasive pest? The performance of the requested tool, compatibility with IPM, and safety to pollinators is very, very critical. Obviously, the results of the EPA stoplight analysis, very important as we go through these, harmonizing MRLs internationally, and doing work to eliminate Section 18 emergency exemptions. A lot of the work IR4 has done over the years has eliminated a lot of these emergency exemptions under Section 18. So these are the kinds of criteria. These are not all the criteria. There are others that will come up as we try to narrow down to our target of 40 A's. But these are some of the criteria we should use. And finally, I wanted to, as Susan is getting ready and will be presenting, as she typically has done in the ballroom at our annual workshops, she'll be providing the Excel spreadsheet with line by line of the project requests that we will be discussing. And I just wanted to remind you that, like we've done in the past, the list that we will be looking at are those that were given at least one A nomination between August 21st and September 3rd. But we will provide one last opportunity if an A nomination was missed for some reason. We're going to go through the list by crop group. And before we start each crop group, I will ask if there is any project request for which an A nomination was missed for some very legitimate reason. And if that's the case, and it needs to be a project request that's coming off of the non-A nomination list, we will entertain that and bring a project request up to talk about if it's a legitimately good reason. So I will try to do that before we start every crop group. Colleagues, anything else that I should say here before we get started? Okay. Well, I think it's time to get down to business. Susan, do you have our spreadsheet to share with us as she's bringing it up here?
Can you see it?
It's very clear, yes.
Okay.
The first project is sweet potato, right? Okay. We have 38 A nominations to go through here, and we'll see how quickly we can get through this. I want to make sure that I will try along the way, I will try my best to provide sufficient time to allow you to put your queue in the chat room. The queue meaning you have a question or you'd like to make a comment. We want to give everybody as much opportunity as possible to comment along the way. We have to be careful that we don't spend a lot of time in this first pass with discussion, but again, the same token, we do not want to eliminate or limit it if it's good, valuable discourse to help us determine our priorities. So if I'm not giving enough time along the way, please let me know. Okay, let's dig into this. We have our first crop group two A nominations in the crop group 1 root and tuber vegetables. Are there any nominations that were missed for any reason? Okay, we'll have 2 sweet potato requests here. The first one is broflanilide on sweet potato PR 13137. This one is we actually received 3 requests for this. One was for in-furrow at planting use, and that is a manufacturer objective. There's a post-transplant directed spray use that the manufacturer has put on hold at this point. And this particular request here, 13137, represents a soil broadcast PPI application, and the Red BASF is asking for some additional efficacy crop safety data on the soil-borne pest spectrum from this application. So that's the request we're looking for. It needs ECS data only. It's a Southern Region A nomination.
Hi, Van. This is Janine Spees, the coordinator for the Southern Region. This is a high priority for us, so we'd like to keep this in H, please.
Okay, Janine, thank you very much. It's an H.
Hey,
Okay.
Nancy,
Yes.
just want to mention that broflanilide received a yellow light for some other commodities, and looks like this one might have come in later. So just for
Yep, you're right, Nancy. It is a later arrival, so thank you. I didn't have that on my sheet, and I wasn't looking at, I'm looking at my sheets and not paying attention to the spreadsheet that Susan has up. Thank you, Nancy. The other request here is for pyridibin on sweet potato PR 8081. This is for 2 spotted spider mites and white flies. It's researchable residue only, a Southern Region A nomination. Any comments here?
Southern Region, we could move this to a B.
I'm hearing a B. Okay,
It's residue, isn't it?
it's residue only.
Yep.
Okay, that's a B. Thank you, Janine. Okay, there are no A nominations for crop group 2, the foliage of root and tuber, or for crop group 3, the onions and leeks, etc. Are there any A nominations that were missed for either of those crop groups? Okay, let's move on then to crop group 4-16, our leafy vegetables. We have 2 A nominations, both are for the greenhouse. Are there any A nominations that were missed for some good legitimate reason?
No.
Okay, the first one here is greenhouse lettuce, chlorantraniliprole, PR 12514. It's researchable residue data only, a southern region. Well, it's an A nomination from the south.
B, please.
I'm hearing a B. Okay, we'll make it a B. And the second one is for the new active from Bayer, Spidoxamat, PR 13129. It's under evaluation at this point.
Van, we have a question from Karen Tift.
Yes. Go ahead, Karen.
Karen, you might be on mute. Go ahead and take yourself off mute.
Keep an A.
Is that
We heard-
Karen? I missed what you said, Karen. I see you're indicating keep it an A. We can keep it an A, and just a reminder to folks, if a project request remains under evaluation beyond today, as we're trying to narrow down our targets to 40 A's, we would not move a request forward if it remains under evaluation, and would give an opportunity for the registrant, if they're on board here, to make a change in that status. And I see we do have a question from Jessica from Bayer. Maybe she can clarify that right now.
Hey, Ben, can you hear me?
I hear you, Jessica. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Yes, we support that.
Is that something you provided before? I was thinking that,
Probably, yeah, I got it to you late, so it probably is.
okay, is that residue only, Jessica?
Residue and
What did she say?
Pardon me, I missed, residue only?
residue and efficacy.
Okay,
So,
residue and
fine.
performance.
So Van, this is Michael Horak from the Western region. This is a question that I have about this product because I've seen it nominated many times. So we just heard that it's researchable, but if we don't have efficacy data and crop safety data available for this, the question I would just put out to the greenhouse group is, they're potentially putting a lot of eggs in this basket, and there's a lot of unknowns in this project. So I'm not challenging the A, but I am asking the greenhouse folks to think about this, whether now is the time for this. To my knowledge, we have not received much information on this product. I've asked for some, but I haven't received it yet. And putting a lot of IR4 resources into this, I think we should be cautious. So that's more of a caution for us as we think about this over the next couple of days. If Bayer can potentially provide some fact sheet or other information, that would be helpful, I think, in making decisions about this chemical at this time.
I think I saw Mike was had a question, comment.
Yeah, thanks. I had a call yesterday with Bayer at 1:30. I had on there Nancy Delaney, Shulin Chen, Krishna Bhattayati, and Ona Mune. And that represented both marketing and efficacy. Krishna is the entomologist. His comment yesterday, as I understood it, and hopefully Jennifer can correct me if I'm wrong, was that they have data on these pests. It's just not in a greenhouse. So they're, it's like most companies, they like to see greenhouse data at some point. We've often got labels without having greenhouse data. Nobody does a lot of research on it early on. They said it was that one of the other questions we heard was that this product's really early in development. Why are we looking at it? According to Krishna, it is in a very advanced stage, and that within 2 years, their first submissions going in. So that's kind of puts it in a different light there. They said that of the products they're looking at, It supports a U.S. greenhouse, especially with the drip effect, because it's one of the few, and I didn't know this term, ketanols, that is both systemic xylem and phloem. Of that group, it's also the IRAC group 2030. One of the folks indicated that it's it is considered by EPA, I think it is one of the safest molecules in that group. Residual, they said, was actually excellent. I don't know if that means 10 days, 14 days, or 30, but I'm just quoting what they said yesterday. And it's active through ingestion only, which means if we use it as a drip as a greenhouse, this one really fits our model. If you use it as a drip in a greenhouse, it goes into the plant, goes up through the plant, and only those insects that are attacking the plant get the material in it, at least primarily. So our beneficials are generally safe from challenges at that point. And that's essentially it. I mean, I couldn't believe I asked for a call yesterday because Michael Horak asked some really good questions. And I thought, well, we better review this. So I called I called Jennifer, and she was able to get 5 people on the call within an hour. They're extremely supportive, and I'm going to shut up and come back and let you guys go.
Yeah, Mike, this is Michael again. I appreciate that help. I guess, Van, for clarification, did we just hear that it's researchable with the need for crop safety and efficacy data?
Correct.
Okay, so we would have to generate efficacy data in the greenhouse then. So
Correct.
Something for us to think about. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good conversation, and I appreciate the information, Mike. And for now, that's an A, and we'll move on to the next crop group. So thanks. And thanks, Jessica. Looking at the next crop group 5, we had no A nominations. Are there any that were missed you want to bring forward for crop group 5, the cabbage broccoli group, head and stem brassica? Okay, then looking at the crop group 6, we have the legume crop group. We have 4 A nominations. Are there any that were missed? Okay, hearing none, let's look at the first one, which is ISM 555 PR 12800 on snap bean. This is for seed corn maggot. The project status is potential. Performance data before approval for residue work, a Northeast region A nomination. What do I hear from anybody?
And this is Mary Lee, Northeast region, and we would like an H for this, please.
Northeast would like an H, okay. The next one is a spinosad snap bean seed treatment, PR 13101. Status is researchable residue and performance data needed. This is for seed corn maggot, potato leaf hopper. A Northeast and Western region A nomination. What do I hear from anyone?
Van, we've got a comment from Ed Peachy. Ed, go ahead.
Ed, go ahead.
This is Ed Peachy from Oregon State University. We would like to see that as an A nomination. This would be a critical use that could replace chlorpyrifos seed treatments, specifically for the seed corn maggot.
Okay, thanks, Ed. Anybody else want to chime in? We'll have an A at this point. Okay. Moving on to the next one, if I can get there. We have ISM 555 on edible potted and succulent shell P. This is PR 12801. Status is potential, need performance data before residue. And it's a Northeast region A nomination. What do I hear from anyone?
Northeast, we'll take an H for this, please.
I see David Owens from Delaware has a question.
These 2 on peas, are they targeting the same pest as the 2 for snap beans?
The target here is seed corn maggot as well. The succulent, you're talking about the 2 pea projects or the snap bean and the pea?
the two P projects, the,
Yeah, they are both seed corn maggot.
okay. Then yes, I would support that as well for both beans and peas.
So we have an H for 12801. And then the next one is spinosad seed treatment on succulent shelled peas, PR 13103. This is researchable residue and performance data needed. So you were looking for an A, is that right, David?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll give that an A. That completes the legume crop group. Next up is the crop group 8-10. We're looking at the fruiting vegetable group. We have six A.
Group 7? Is there a 7?
7 is the foliage of legume crops.
Okay, never mind.
We can run that up the flagpole. I don't think there's anything there. We have 6A nominations for crop group 8-10. I believe they're all greenhouse. Are there any A nominations that were missed? Okay. First one here we'll look at is clofentazine. It's PR 9931, researchable residue data only. Southern region A nomination. This is for spider mites primarily. It is an EPA caution. Mike, do you want to speak to the greenhouse requests that we're looking at here in crop group 8?
And if you don't mind, it's just, this one is definitely a B because of the greenhouse caution.
I hear a B. Is there any other comment on that clofentazine? Okay, next is the spidoxamet, PR 13082, residue and performance data needed.
That would be RA. You're going to see, like Michael Horak was mentioning a minute ago, you're going to see a cluster around spidoxamet because it's actually a material that looks like it was designed for greenhouse. And Bayer opened the door to us up early on, so thank you. So an A, please, for that one.
And it looks like there's a fair spectrum expected to be effective on aphids, whitefly, mealybug, mites, psyllids, suppression of thrips. So
and mites.
A question for Jessica. With the residue in ECS, would that be for anything with this chemical, or would each be different based on the commodity?
this one we already had as residue and performance.
Yeah, I think it's for
Oh, okay.
in-house.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry about that.
Yeah, take that comment out. That we already had that. The greenhouse lettuce, I didn't have the status change. That's appropriate.
Van, this is Michael from the Western region. Just one more clarification on this. I just want to be clear. The residue, and question for Jessica, can the residue and ECS, or excuse me, the ECS data be generated at the same time as the residue study, or does it need to be before the residue study?
Yes, concurrent is fine. So yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that goes along with the researchable residue and performance data. So we have an A for that one. The next request is NA 11630, PR 12299. This is greenhouse eggplant for thrips, whiteflies, and aphids. Need ECS data only, performance data only.
H, please.
I hear an H. The residues would be covered by tomato and pepper on the eggplant. We'll make it an H for performance work.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the data is already done. It's already picked up in the crop group. It just needs that particular information.
Right. So next is greenhouse eggplant for spidoxamet, PR 13085, researchable residue and performance data needed, but this would likely be picked up by the
Right.
tomato and pepper work.
If I may, it would be a B. If we're hoping to get a crop group with that one, and there's no reason to ever burn an A for eggplant if you're getting pepper and tomato.
Yeah, and if you're in Canada, you wouldn't even, the best thing for eggplant would be glyphosate.
So Van, we've got a question from Dan Gilring. Dan?
Dan?
Yes, I'm wondering, is Spidoxamat expected to have any activity for spider mites? I thought it was more of a sucking type pest, but it was listed for spider mites on one of the other priorities.
Well, that's one of the reasons for the need that was listed by the requester, but maybe Jessica could comment on that. I'm the profile of the compound. I'm not sure if mites are covered.
Sorry, I'd have to check with Krishna. I'll send him a Skype.
It is broad spectrum. I'm not sure about the mite part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dan. So we have a B for PR 13085. And we have a pepper project, chlorphenapyr, PR 8521 is labeled. We need performance data to add pepper weevil.
H, please.
I hear an H. Crop is labeled, but not the pest, and pepper weevil was not an easy one to work with. Finally, we have greenhouse pepper, Spidoxamat, PR 13085, residue and performance data needed.
That would be the A for that crop.
A for pepper. Okay. That completes crop group 8-10. Next is crop group 9, the cucurbit crop group. We have 4 A nominations. Are there any that were missed? Hearing none, I will move on. Look at the first one, ISM 555. This is PR 12802 on cantaloupe for seed corn maggot. This is potential need performance data before residue study. Northeast gave this an A nomination.
Northeast would like an A. I have a question to ask though. I guess that would be an H.
An H.
Could this potentially be combined with the next one, 12803 cucumber?
I would think that is a possibility. We've done that in performance work before. I think it certainly would be a possibility.
Northeast will take an
The
H.
next one is ISM on cucumber, same situation.
Yes.
So you're thinking you'd like to, if we could do, let's see, do we have it? We don't have squash, we have those two. They certainly could be put together, Mary Lee.
So could we do the cucumber as an M?
That's what I was thinking. Would that work, Mary Lee? Or you
That
want-
sounds fine, yes. Thank you.
Okay. And the last one, and the next one is pyriproxyfen on greenhouse cucumber, PR 12764. This is researchable residue data only, a Southern Region A nomination.
A, please.
Is that an A?
The B.
B?
Oh.
I haven't, there's a note in our comments here, there is a Canadian label for use on greenhouse cucumber. And I are for considering it, if and how the data used to secure the Canadian label could be used to support a US label. So
That's
I don't know
reason.
what,
That would be the reason for the B there, so that IR4 could pick it up.
yes, if that's possible, it's not absolute that those data could be submitted, but we can check into that. So that's a B for pyriproxyfen. And the last one here is greenhouse cucumber for Spidoxamat.
I guess no surprise, A, please.
I thought you might say that. Thanks, Mike. Okay. That takes care of the cucurbit crop group. Okay, moving on, we had no crop group 10 11-10 citrus or crop group 11-10 pome fruit. A nominations, are there any that were missed that you'd like to bring up now? No bugs on citrus or pome fruit. Okay, the one A nomination we have for crop group 12 is in front of us here. Are there any A nominations for the stone fruits that were missed? Crop group 12-12. Okay, the request here is PR 13063 bifenthrin on cherry for spotted wing Drosophila. The project status at this point is under evaluation. We got an A nomination from the North Central and from the Western region. Any comments, questions? I see a couple questions coming in.
Yep. So we've got our first one from Nancy Fitz. Nancy?
So I feel like a bit of a broken record, but this should probably be a yellow.
Yes. Yeah, at this point, we do have a comment from our discussions with FMC this year that they are working to resolve the approach that they'll take with this AI post-registration review. So there's a bit of uncertainty here yet, and it is a yellow caution from EPA.
This is Tony from North Central. We'd like to keep that an A for now, and we're going to continue to push for that one.
Ben, this is Sheldon with FMC. I just wanted y'all to know that the review from EPA is due around the 25th of September. So date coming up here.
Okay. So for now, Sheldon, it still remains under evaluation.
Right, exactly. It will depend on what comes back.
And I know we have a huge submission pending at EPA based and waiting for the REDS review and what may or may not fit into a risk cup depending on that the final decision. So
that's exactly.
Just be aware that we'll make it an A for now, but it's very difficult maybe to move that forward.
So this is Nancy. I'll stay I'll try to push getting some information to FMC this week. So hopefully by tomorrow.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks much, Nancy.
Got a comment from Clayton Myers.
Clayton?
That's moot. Nancy took care of it. Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
And from Art Agnello.
Yes, my question also dealt with the registration status, so that it's already been addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
So basically, stay tuned on this one. We'll see what can or cannot move forward. Thanks to everybody for your comments. Okay, moving on to crop group 13-07. We have 5 A nominations. Are there any that were missed for some good reason? Okay, the first one on our list here is Greenhouse Caneberry, PR 13086 with Spidoxamet for the variety of insect pests, researchable residue and performance data needed. We had an A nomination from Northeast and South.
Sorry, A for the Spidoxamet and B for the, B for the
Finazaquin.
Thank you. Easy for you to say. Thank you.
Oh yeah. So we have an A for the Spidoxamet.
So this is Michael from the Western region. Hey, Mike, I was just wondering if you could comment. Is there caneberry being grown in greenhouses? Last time we tried to locate growers in the West, we were very unsuccessful in finding anyone.
And as a follow-up to that comment, are these like true greenhouses or is it a hoop house situation?
I'll go ahead and make, sorry. There are caneberries grown in greenhouses. We've actually looked at them in Texas a couple of times and worked with them. It's not many acres. And it's a project that while as Michael knows this, as we go through them, Caneberry will probably have to be sacrificed because it is such minor acreage and it comes and goes on the years. But there are caneberries, and we've had them in our greenhouses in Texas. So I don't know about the the high tunnels or whatever. I'm sure there are those as well, but there are true greenhouse. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Mike.
We do have a note here on the Finazaquin that non-greenhouse use is registered on caneberry, so for what it's worth. I see we have a question from Kathy from Penn State.
Yeah, so I'd just like to say too, in Pennsylvania, that the interpretations of the labels for greenhouses versus high tunnels is moving into using the terminology enclosed structures. And basically, if it's large enough for a person to get inside, some of these restrictions or maybe determinations on whether something can be used or not is falling more under greenhouses, even when they are what we've historically called high tunnels. So I don't know exactly where that takes this this discussion, but it's just a point I wanted to make, that we may need to have greenhouse labels in order to be able to use the materials in high tunnels.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. I see some other comments coming in. Not questions, I guess, but some comments on the chat, in the chat. We'll probably have some more discussion about this as we try to narrow our A's down tomorrow. Any other comments? I'm missing Warren.
Nope, I think you've got it, Van.
Okay. Okay, let's look at the next request, PR 12626, Zeta cypermethrin on kiwi fruit. This is researchable residue and performance data needed, a Southern Region A nomination, and note that this is an EPA caution yellow light. This is for brown marmorated stink bug.
Yeah, this is still a pretty big issue. We'd like to keep this an A for now, please.
Okay, we'll keep it an A for now. The MSB, I thought they'd moved out. I don't see that much around here anymore. Maybe they're all coming down your way, Janine. Okay, looking next at 2 greenhouse strawberry requests, we have cyantroniloprol, PR 11679 for aphids and thrips. Need performance data only. Southern Region A nomination.
I'm sorry, H, please.
I hear an H. Okay, thanks, Mike. And then we have Spidoxamat. And maybe Jessica can, I have this at this point as under evaluation. Maybe that has been changed as well.
Yeah, Van, we can change that.
So that's residue and performance?
Correct.
Okay. What do I hear about the need for Spidoxamat on greenhouse strawberry? PR 13130.
Again, A, please.
Okay, I hear an A. Okay, moving right along. That finishes crop group 13. There were no crop group 14-12 tree nut A nominations. Was there anything that was missed? Okay. Next crop group is 15/16. We have 2 A nominations. Are there any that were missed for this crop group? Okay, we'll look at the first one here. This is ISM 555 PR 12798 for sweet corn. This is a status of potential. We need performance data before residue study. This is a Northeast Region A nomination. What do I hear about this one?
Northeast would like an H, please.
Northeast gets an H for sweet corn, okay? And then we have spinosad, PR 13104. Seed treatment on sweet corn is researchable. residue and performance data required for seed corn maggot, Northeast Region A nomination.
Northeast would like an A, please.
I hear an A. I see Ed Peachy has a comment. Western Region supports an A nomination as well. Thanks, Ed. Okay, that's the end of that crop group. Looking ahead here, we had no crop group 17, 18, or 19A nominations. Are there any nominations that were missed in those three crop group areas? Okay, hearing none, we'll look at crop group 20, the oil seeds. We have 4 A nominations in this crop group. Are there any nominations that were missed? Okay, let's look at the first one. Here is Spinetoram on sesame. This is PR 13132 for sesame leaf hopper or leaf roller. This is researchable residue data only, Southern Region A nomination. What do I hear?
This is an A for the Southern Region. I had a question. There was some interest from Corteva about having the combo with methoxyphenoxide as well. I don't know if someone from Corteva wants to comment on that, or if that would need to be a separate request, but if it would be beneficial to have that dual AI instead of just the single, then that would also be supported from our region as well.
Yeah, the note in our comments is that the manufacturer has a premix called Intrepid Edge that contains both spinetoram and methoxyphenazide, and so we might want to consider residue trials with the combo product. Mike, Brian, you have any comment on that you want to make?
Yeah,
Brian?
I do. I was typing Q to the chat so I could get in. Yeah, there was also a request for methoxyphenazide on this. But it was a spinetoram that there was a request for both spinetoram and methoxyphenazide, but the spinetoram I think got the A nomination for the workshop. So I just pointed out that if there's an opportunity to have a little synergy there or efficiency there, there's that option.
Yes. Okay.
We support either one. We support both.
Okay. Yeah, that's PR. The methoxyphenazide request is PR 13133. So if the interest is really to work in a combo product, we can make that happen. Probably a separate. We'd create a new PR but if we give this one an A right now, we'll make those notes. If it goes through to the end as a priority, then we can act accordingly to that request.
Okay, yeah, there's support for both AI, so if it's possible to put that into one and that's supported, we would like to do that.
Well, that makes sense to apply one test substance that has both AIs and secure tolerances for both at the same time. So,
Van, we've got a comment from Dan Gilring.
Yes, Dan, go ahead.
Just a question. What does the addition of methoxyphenazide do that the spinetoram doesn't do alone?
Is there anybody who wants to comment on that?
Well, it would pick up both. They would both pick up Lepidoptera, but the methoxy would only get Lepidoptera. The spinetoram might also get some other orders as well. But you would also have your resistance management because you'd have two different unique modes of action there.
Dan says thanks. Thank you, Brian. Thanks for your comment and question, Dan. Okay, so we'll give that an A, and we'll move on to the next request, which is broflanilid on sunflower, PR 13127. This is status potential need performance data before residue. A North Central Region A nomination. This is for making a in-fro application to control wireworms primarily.
North can bring that down to a B, but we'd like the next one for an A, the seed treatment.
So the broflanilid, will give it an M, since it is a potential performance before residue. Is that okay, Tony?
That's good.
Then you would look at seed treatment for broflanilid, PR 13128, for an H.
Correct.
Okay.
Got a comment from Nancy Fitz.
Nancy.
Hey, those should probably, yep, be yellow. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Okay, and the last one here on the crop group 20 is PR 12058 cyfluthrin on safflower. This is residue only, researchable, Western Region A nomination. There is an existing sunflower tolerance and label, so this is reading from our comments. Potentially that tolerance could be converted to a subgroup 20B tolerance and cover safflower.
Yeah, Van, that'll happen essentially the next time that a cyfluthrin submission can actually be made.
Right, it is a yellow from EPA. So any comment from the Western Region on this? Or
So I
Bo?
guess it's more a question back to you all. What do we do with this? I mean, if it's gonna go in as part of a future submission, do we need to take any action?
Well, we definitely would not want to burn an A on it.
No, there's no reason to actually conduct anything because we'll just make the conversion as a matter of course when the next submission is made.
Okay, so if we move it to a B, that activity, Tom, will continue. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'll get picked up automatically when the submission is made because we'll have to run through all the various tolerances and kind of update like the crop groups that are listed there. So this will get picked up. So unless the registrant explicitly does not want to expand the crop group, expand the tolerance to cover the crop group, then it will get updated.
Okay, then we can move this to a B. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Van.
Yeah, got it. So that's a B. Okay, moving along, we had no crop group 21 or 22 A nominations. Are there any nominations that were missed for those two crop groups? Okay, looking next to crop group 23, we had a single A nomination. Are there any others that were missed? Okay, let's look at this request, PR 12898 methoxyfenozide on fig for navel orange worm. This is residue only, researchable, Western Region A nomination.
The Western Region would like to keep this as an A. Carla Stockley with the California Fig has communicated that to us, and they'd like to keep this.
Okay, do the North Central fig growers agree with that? Oh, sorry. I guess that one doesn't happen up there. Too cold for figs. Okay, let's move on then to crop group 24. We have two A nominations. Are there any that were missed for a good reason? Crop group 24.
Yes, so, okay.
I think I hear Jonathan. Let me get started here, Jonathan. We have the first request for Zeta cypermethrin PR 8560, residue only, researchable, for Myloceras weevil and thrips.
It is researchable?
It's researchable residue data only. It is an EPA caution.
Okay, so, which means it probably wouldn't go through, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that at this point, no, but it's, the path to registration is not completely clear.
Okay, so we'll, for the moment, make that a B.
I hear a B for Zeta Sype. The next request is for dragon fruit, PR 13057. It's researchable residue and performance data needed. This is for controlling plant bugs, thrips, leaf hoppers. Nothing is registered for their control on pitaya.
Right, so this is an A.
I hear an A.
And, yeah.
Do you have any other comments? It sounds like you're ready to say something else.
No, I was just checking to be sure that I didn't have another insecticide that I was looking at.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
You good?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Thanks, John. We're down to our last crop group, 99, that great big miscellaneous group. We have 5 requests here, 3 on hemp, 2 on sugarcane. Are there any A nominations that were missed in the miscellaneous category? Then let's look at these couple hemp requests. We have PR 13009 acequinacil on hemp for mites primarily. Researchable residue and performance data needed. A Northeast region A nomination. It would be good if we can get a Northeast requesting state. This is for field and greenhouse use.
And we've got a comment from Rick Besson.
Fire away, Rick.
Let's go ahead and make this a B.
Are there others that would concur with a B for acequinacil?
Yes.
I hear one yes, so we'll make that a B. Next is cyclonilprole on hemp, PR 13035. This is researchable residue data only for use in the field and greenhouse.
If we could make that an A.
Here an A for cyclonilprole. Okay. And finally on hemp, we have fenperoxamate, PR 13033, researchable residue and performance data needed. This would be for spider mites, broad mite, rust mites. No miticides are available for use on hemp. It's for field and greenhouse use.
An A, please.
I hear another A for hemp.
And we've got a comment from David Owens.
David, go ahead with your comment.
I was just going to say that there are no good worm products labeled for hemp. Cyclonilprole would be very helpful with corn earworm.
Okay. I don't think fenperoxamate would do much for that, but cyclonilprole would. Dan from Cornell, I think, has a comment.
We do have a couple of viral products for Helicoverpa on hemp that are labeled, the Gemstar, and I think there's one, Helicovex is also labeled, but those would be very specific. The cyclonilprole would be more broadly effective. There are some BT materials that can be used on hemp, at least in New York. But again, the cyclonilprole would be broader. And at least on the miticides, we really don't have any miticides for hemp. Just neem oil is the only one that I know that, at least in New York, can be used. No other products, no other specific miticides, and the fenperoxamate would provide a broader spectrum for the mites, including rust mite as well as spider mites that are a problem on hemp in greenhouse and outdoors.
Okay. Thanks for that, Dan. So fenperoxamate is an A at this time. And looking at moving on to sugarcane, we have broflanilide. Recall this is a EPA caution. PR 13167, researchable residue and performance data needed. This is for wireworm control. Southern region, well, that's a good place to grow sugarcane. Southern region A nomination.
Van, we'd like to hold on to this for an A for now, please.
Okay, I have a note in our comments here that this is both in-furrow at planting application and pre-plant billet dip are supported by BASF. And for the performance work, they would provide, as they have done for a couple years, some cost share in that work. So I hear an A, right, Janine?
Yes, please, Van.
Got it. Herman, you agree with that?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Just checking. Okay, the last one on this whole entomology list is.
Dan, we've got a comment
Yes.
from Mike.
Mike Arts, how are you doing?
Hey, Van, not bad. Yourself?
Good.
Yeah, I was just going to mimic Herman's comments. Yeah, Florida supports that A there as well.
That's all you have to say today, Mike?
We're not done yet.
Oh, okay. I'll look forward to that. Okay, the last one here, we have flupiridifurone on sugarcane residue only researchable. It's PR 12987. The need here is for West Indian cane fly, sugarcane aphid, yellow sugarcane aphid. Southern region A nomination.
Yes, we'd like to keep that in A, please.
Is that Herman? Thank you.
Yes,
Herman.
sir.
We'll make it an A for now. Thanks. That brings me to page 44 of 44. Did we miss anything? Maybe I shouldn't open it up like that. That would be a. It looks like we have 18 A's and how many? Do we have any count on H's, Susan? It's okay if we don't. But the critical point here is we have 18 A's to move forward to our next discussion.
Van, this is Debbie. I have a count 18 A's, 9 H's.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Okay, anybody want to make any further comments or have any questions on what we just accomplished in a little over an hour? We have a lot of time for our IS colleagues, but this might be an opportunity for a bit of a break.
So Van, what we're proposing is take a 10-minute break, come back at 12:20 Eastern Daylight Time, and then we'll go into integrated solutions and we'll have a little bit more time to get through the larger list that we have today.
Sounds like a plan, Doctor.
Hey, Van, this is Michael from the Western Region again. If it's possible for us to get any information from Bayer on Spidoxamat, whether it's a fact sheet or a data summary or something, I think that would go a long way towards helping us understand many of the projects that have been nominated.
Michael, that's a fair question. And if Jessica is still with us, could you maybe comment on that request?
Yeah, Van, I'll go ahead and reach out to Krishna. I was just Skyping your spider mite question.
Jessica, you're really breaking up. Could you maybe repeat that in a different way?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Maybe my headset battery is getting low, but
That's
yes.
Better, yes.
I will, I'll reach out to Krishna. I did place some comments in the chat box about the spider mite question. And while I still have him on Skype, I'll ask him if there's a fact sheet or something along those lines that you can share.
I think that would be really helpful. Michael has some valuable comments and concerns, I think, with a brand new AI. What do we know in more detail?
Sure, understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much, Jessica.
I'll work with Krishna. Yeah, absolutely.
Sounds perfect. Thank you, Jessica. Okay, so we have a 10-minute break. I think you probably put us on the timer. There it is. And we'll be back in 10 minutes and Venkat will start our IS discussions. Thanks, everybody.
Looks like it's showtime.
All right, good afternoon all. And thank you and welcome to the Integrated Solutions entomology session this afternoon. We have about 141 folks showing up right now, and the number keeps getting up. But I'm going to start sharing my screen here. And okay, hope you're able to see the dashboard, everyone. Okay, just to very briefly give you where we are, we picked up about 8 A nominations out of 10 from herbicide session yesterday. Our goal, overall goal, is to get to 8 new projects by Thursday. And just to kind of let you know, we have received so far 57 nominations from these 3 indications, and in total about 65 from all the regions. And to give you a very brief overview, our 4 problem areas that we were looking at are mitigation, organic, solution related to organics and organic production. We have pest problems without solutions, so screening the bio and the conventional products, and related to resistance. So these are our 4 problem areas, and today our session is going to be on insecticides. Before we jump into the insecticide session, I would like to request my colleague Mike Thomas Pike to kind of give a very brief overview on where we are with the existing ongoing insecticide or the entomology projects. So, Thomas?
Yep, could you scroll up a bit? There's a few more above that.
Oh.
There we go. All right, so in the interest of time, I'll kind of breeze through these. The first 2 we have on there, wireworm, sweet potato, and cucumber beetle and watermelon. These are both carryover from 2019. So this is the second year of work was conducted this year. One of the trials, one of the wireworm potato trials, was unfortunately delayed for COVID-related reasons. So that one will be conducted in 2021. So those are wrapping up. Reports are either coming in or are tentative. After that, we have all of our 2020 projects. So first we have Lepidoptera and hemp. So these are looking for just assorted Lepidoptera control in hemp. These have just gotten underway, testing a couple different products. We've been rather limited just because there are very few products that we actually have approval to test in hemp from the assorted registrants, but we work with what we've got. After that, we have vine mealybug in grapes. This is a California project that was looking for alternative dormant applications for control of vine mealybug. And so all of that field work is done. We're just waiting for the results to come in, and then we'll evaluate whether or not there needs to be another year of research. Next is corn earworm in sweet corn. So there are 2 different field trials for this one. The second one you see there in New York is a fairly conventional trial testing an assortment of different products. The first one, however, is looking at the release of adult corn earworm that are infected with Helicoverpa zea nudibvirus, a virus that renders the offspring of those infected adults sterile, and seeing whether or not that can be used to reduce populations or reduce feeding damage. And results from that one are still pending PCR analysis. And then finally, we have cabbage maggots and root crops. This was planned as a 2-year trial or a 2-year study where this first year, we conducted a number of bioassays in the lab to determine what, if any, of the products we were testing were effective. And then the plan was for this upcoming year to take the most successful ones out in the field and test those.
Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate that update. So with that, we move on to the nominations for entomology projects. We have received 23 nominations in total. And as we walk through, I've just like what Van did and Susan, we are going to give a priority here, this column. Just to kind of let you know, these similar color-coded nominations, there is a request for consideration to kind of combine them into one, potentially one single nomination. So that is something to consider. So that being said, so why don't we kind of jump right into this? This first one is 382.
So we've got
Venkat, you got to scroll up. There's more.
Oh, my bad. My apologies. Yes.
Yeah, and I just, Michael, want to go ahead with your comment or question?
Venkat, just a number of Western region folks on the chat mentioned that your voice is very soft. If you could maybe adjust your volume or your microphone, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Probably better now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so here we go. We start off with 141, and this, by the way, is an ongoing project, and that is, we received an A nomination from Northeast, but this is currently funded under ISO under 372 corn earworm. So comments on that from Northeast? We can potentially give this a B and continue to work with what we have. Any comments on that?
Yes, Venkat, I think we want a second year for this. I gave it an A because I wasn't sure how that would show up in this session.
Okay, perfect. The existing ongoing activity will be funded for next year. And so with that said, we can go for B. Is that okay?
Yes.
Perfect. 143. This is for Swede Midge for organic crucifers. And we received the name from Northeast region, from Shelby's group.
This was a Northeast A. I don't believe Shelby's on the call, but I think Dan also expressed interest in this one. Dan, do you have any comments?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is Dan Gilrain. There really isn't very many options for Swede midge, period, and even less in organic crucifers. So if there are solutions or prospective treatments, it really would be good to evaluate them. And it's a hard one to evaluate. You'd have to have a population. So work would have to be done in an area where that would, of course, exist.
Got you. So you want to go for an A on that one?
We can go for an A for now.
Yeah, I think if there are options and worth looking at, certainly.
What about then the same Shelby has submitted another one for, this is an A from Northeast 144 for seed corn maggot in organic in beans.
Yes, that was important to Shelby. And again, I think he's not on the call right now.
I can't speak for Shelby. This is Dan. I can't speak for Shelby, but certainly there are also no options for organic management. Maybe Entrust would be one worth looking at. There may be some others you're aware of that I'm not, but that would be, you know, one that comes to mind.
Should we take a B for that, Dan?
Sure.
Okay, we'll take a B.
All right, I hear a B on that one. So moving on to 146 and 166, these are both for on the brassicas, and we can do different pests within that. So potentially this could be combined, and we could have organic products or conventional products. We can look at that, but that's something we could consider. So with that said. And by the way, this one, Tom, you want to comment on the on this project, PI 11591?
Yeah, just briefly, there were two performance trials conducted back in, I believe, 2018 and 2019. But it looks like the main thrust behind this request is the fact that, for the most part, at least several of those trials were kind of inconclusive with their results. So this is really just a request for more work to be done. And it's now that integrated solutions exists, it's a better fit under this program than under the food use that it was before.
Got you. So keeping that in mind, Northeast, any comments?
Yeah, I think it's incorrect that they can be combined, and I do believe Dan can address that, or Farouk, if Farouk is on the line.
Yeah, this is Dan. I don't think they would be combined necessarily. Part of the problem with combining is for cabbage maggot, the evaluations are also typically done destructively, and plants are harvested early. If you're looking at cabbage transplants or direct seed, also same would be for root brassicas. You would destructively harvest. You'd want to have aphids done separately, just so the plants, you want to look at probably older plants and established population of aphids for that reason. The interest in cabbage maggot, of course, is because of chlorpyrifos on the maybe on its way out. Certainly for that crop, it's a minor issue, minor use, but we really don't have very many effective alternatives. We've been working on some. Cabbage aphid for organic, also another where we don't really have effective options that we are aware of that we've been able to find. Been particularly serious in Brussels sprouts, but also in other crops as well. I do know some growers that have stopped growing sprouts because they were not able to control cabbage aphid, at least organically.
Okay, good, thanks for that information. We will keep them as separate. So Dan, what should we give from a priority perspective?
I think certainly for the growers, they would be an A, and it's an issue for both, I would say. And it's the issue for cabbage maggot is not just for the Northeast, even though we're the ones submitting. We're working with people in Michigan and, of course, Pacific Northwest on the same problem, all asking the same thing.
Okay, so I'm hearing an A on both of them.
Yes.
So Venkat, we have a comment or question from Farouk Zaman. Farouk?
Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me, Venkat?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to echo with Dan and Tom Pike what they said, and then what Tom Pike mentioned about the inconclusive result, partly because we have seen some efficacy on the materials that we tested, but the cabbage maggot infestation is not equal in each year. So the year we tested those, the infestation level even in the control plot was not that much. So that's why, but we have seen some efficacy. So that's why we suggest for more than 1 or 2 year research on that topics. I'm talking about cabbage maggot in brassica crops. And especially, I think it's good to look at the materials in the diamide groups, if it is possible to include the new materials in the diamide groups. That will be great experiments for the coming years. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Farouk, appreciate that. Yep.
So a quick question for the people that are interested in specifically the cabbage maggot on brassicas, because we are currently conducting work on cabbage maggot and root crops. I was wondering whether or not how well the data would translate essentially, and whether that would kind of provide sufficient guidance to preclude the need to do a separate study on brassicas.
You mean translate from, say, other root maggots like onion maggot, you mean?
No, because we'd be getting efficacy data on cabbage maggot. It would just be on a different cropping system.
Oh, I see. Yeah, for root maggot. It's a good question. Certainly transplant brassicas can tolerate a little damage from cabbage maggot, whereas root brassicas, the tolerance would probably be much lower. So I think you have to look at it through that lens and decide whether it's translatable. The expectations for no damage, of course, are much higher with root brassicas in general. So it's a concern with that.
Also, I would like to add Also, I'd like to add this with the Dan, like the application method may be different for root brassica because we tested for leafy brassica plants. We tested from the transplant stage, like we grow the plants in the greenhouse and then we applied the materials on drains the material on transplant and then we take them in the field. But for the root brassica, maybe we'll have to test those with the direct seeded method or the application method, even the timing, because for transplant, when the transplant are at certain stage, maybe cabbage maggots are more attractive. But we are not sure that whether they will be attracted in the field at the same way for the transplant. Maybe the direct seeded application method will be a little bit different. So I suggest a separate experiments on this.
Yeah, I think they can inform each other, but as Farouk noted, flat treatments for transplants is one option possibly for cabbage maggot that is not available generally for root brassicas.
Understood. At the very least, we can use the results from the current cabbage maggot project to inform possible
Absolutely
work with in this. Yeah, okay, great.
Absolutely, I agree. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. So we give that an A there and move on to 320, which is we got an A nomination from Northeast again on apple for dogwood borer control. Any comments on that, please?
Yes, is Greg on the line? This was one that was of interest to Greg Proschek in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead, Greg.
At the moment, chlorpyrifos is the only effective insecticide. In a larger orchard, mating disruption is an option, but all the small growers, basically with chlorpyrifos potentially going out, might not have any effective option. So if we can evaluate something here would be great. And I would like this to still be A.
So I'm hearing an A on this one. Okay. We move on to 329, and this is again another best product without solution. We got 2 A's, one from North Central and Southern region on blueberry gallmage for blueberries. Comments?
Cat, this is Janine from the Southern region. This is gallmage been a particularly big issue in Florida and Georgia the last couple years. Was being controlled, and then as spotted wing Drosophila issues came about, it seems that blueberry gallmage followed right after that, and it's been really coming up. We've had some success with new products like Movento, but there's some concerns about registering it, so there's still really some issues of controlling this. The Spadaxmat was proposed during the industry talks as a potential solution, and it also might have some activity on mites that are a huge issue in blueberries as well. So we'd like to see this remain an A, please.
Okay. Thanks, Janine.
North Central, there's Tony here. North Central supports the A as well. Rufus Isaacs from MSU definitely supports it. Same issues that Janine explained. It followed the SWD issues.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks, Tony. We're giving that an A. And moving on to 346. This is another request from Shelby, and similar to his organic beans. This one is for corn, for organic corn, and same issues there. It's a Me Too request. Any comments?
This is Dan Gilran again. I can't speak for Shelby, but I think the same comments for the seed corn maggot and organic beans would apply here.
So we gave that a B. What do you guys think?
I think that seems reasonable. Mary Lee, I don't know if you have any additional comments.
No, I think that's correct, Dan.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mary Lee and Dan. All right, moving on to 358, 382, and 387. Again, potential for grouping this. That's the question here for greenhouse or field mite control, organic products or conventional ones. And a couple of these are actually new requests. And one is a Me Too. So any comments on this? A bunch of mites. I mean, we've already heard that. I mean, and these came from, as you can see, Western region supports it. Very strong need for that. Southern region as well as Northeast. We have mites, including rust mite, russet mite. We got spider mite. All kinds of problems with this. So, go ahead. Any comments on this one?
So we have a comment from Mike Bledsoe.
Hey, Dan,
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. I think they should be combined. I don't see a reason or not. I think that makes perfect sense. The greenhouses, I know I represent both greenhouse and field in this area, and I know greenhouse is very important when it comes to agriculture. Same possibly with the field. So I would say combine the three and hopefully try to get an A with it. I'll go ahead and do it now. Thank you.
So at least one A. Mike is in favor of combining these three to give at least one A.
And from the Western region, we support Mike Bledsoe's comments, see the same issue, and agree with the approach to maybe combine them. So an A from the West.
Perfect. And Dan, from you?
I would just say that they could be combined. We don't necessarily see russet mite on plants the same time you're dealing with a two-spotted mite problem. So they may need to be run as separate trials that might be easier or just the only way they can be done and with any practicality. But some of the materials will work on both, some will not. For example, a fenpyroxamate will work on both kinds of mites. Bifenazate will not, or a sequinacil will not either.
Exactly, you're right. And depending on the location as well, you have noticed that for some, russet is a big problem, and for some, spider mite could be a big problem. Or
And the only
could be
and the only materials I know that work well are labeled anyway. Neem oil and insecticidal soap can be used, at least in New York, for these mites. But we have no residual miticides labeled or available as far as I'm aware.
Got you. Thanks, Dan. We got Rick on the line.
Yeah, I just want to also mention that broad mite is a serious problem, particularly on the plants in the greenhouse.
So, okay, so what we'll do is we'll give perhaps 358 a B. We'll give this one an A. It's a new nomination. And a B to this one, 387. Will that work? And as Dan mentioned, I mean, Dan, depending on where you're putting the trial in and the kind of mite you're dealing with, maybe you might want to run a separate trial. Absolutely agreed. Any objections? Okay with this?
Just a comment that the concern with any hemp trials is obviously that we'll need to have enough products to actually test on. And Mike Bledsoe, you can comment on this because you were running the hemp meetings. It looks like the majority of the insecticide products that we kind of had approval for from the registrants for testing were miticides, so we're probably okay, but just we'll need to keep it in mind.
This is Mike Bledsoe. It's a good point. You're right. We have a list of those. Then there's several miticides that are being supportive from the 6 manufacturers that's currently on board.
Thanks, Thomas. Thanks, Mike. Yep. Okay, we move on to 361. And this is, again, this is a very broad spectrum insect issue on mite. These are probably the the leps or the piercing, sucking, or chewing insects on lips you're talking about. We got another aphid here, but we'll go with leps on this one for now. And there is a project right now, Thomas, we are doing. We got an A nomination from Western Region. Any comments on this one?
Yeah, the LEP portion of it should be covered by the active trials that we have right now.
Correct.
And there are, as you noted, there are separate requests for the aphids.
Right. So Western Region has an A on this one. Michael or anyone, any comments?
Just going to leave it up to the field guy.
Yeah, it's a need. Let's leave it as an A for now, and then we'll talk about it. Well, wait a minute. I'm sorry. You mentioned this is already being.
So exactly. So what we'll do, Michael, is we have A for LEPS right now, and if that's the case, we can cover it under that one. We have an A already given for mites for hemp, and there's going to be aphids separately. We are going to be dealing shortly. So my suggestion is, if this is another LEP one primarily, we can give this a B and deal with the LEPs on the ongoing project. Fair enough?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to 376, this is a grape leaf hopper controlling grape. We got an A nomination from West. Any comments, please?
Stephen's going to comment on this one just a second.
Yep. Go ahead, Stephen.
So this is a new product that had some interest for controlling a new invasive leafhopper on the central coast, the north coast of California. So we'd like to keep this an A.
Okay, A. That's what I heard. 376. Thanks, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on to 385 and 386. This is again a hemp commodity we are talking about, and specific for aphids, aphid control in hemps. We got nomination, one from Western Region and one from Southern Region. Any comments on that, please?
You know, that the comment from the West is it's similar to all the other things. If anything, it'd be great to have a project to do some screening, you know, for this work. So combining, if it makes sense, we'd support that. And in general, just aphid project, A would seem appropriate from the West.
Good. And we have comments from Michael as well as from Rick. Go ahead, Michael. Mike Bledsoe.
Yes. I happen to agree 100% with Michael and his comments a minute ago. I just want to make sure as we go through the aphids, we're considering root aphids as well in this, because they're a major issue, primarily in a greenhouse. But the whole project would be including all of aphidy, obviously. That's what's on here. And combining the two makes perfect sense.
And Rick?
I agree with the previous comments.
All right, thank you. So we will give, and Janine, if it is okay with you then, as what everyone said, we'll give one of them an A, like 385 an A and 386 a B. Would that be okay?
Yes, that's fine by me.
Thank you. Moving to 388. So this is nematodes in strawberry, and it's we have a request from Southern Region as well as North Central Region. It's a new nomination. And comments from anyone, please, on this one?
Yeah, this is Johan de Seger, University of Florida. I requested this because organic strawberries are really increasing in Florida. It's really because of demand from the buyers, the Walmarts and the Costco's. So the demand from the strawberry growers now that they also have some organic production available to them. So I think last season we had 5 to 10% of the acreage that became organic. I'm not sure what it's going to be this year, but I don't suspect it's going to go down. And so one of the main issues the organic growers have is really nematodes. So pretty much all the strawberries in Florida are fumigated, which obviously they can't do. So yeah, they all have serious issues with nematodes. So that's why I requested that. So it's a big deal in the southern region, southern Florida.
Absolutely. Thanks, Johan. And we hear that this is very important for the southern region. And of course, I'm assuming any other comments from North Central?
Yeah, North Central is facing a very similar situation. We support an A as well.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, we move on to 394. This is mite control in tomato field and greenhouse. We got requests from 3 regions, Northeast, Southern, as well as Western region. And I'll leave it for discussion here. Any comments, please?
Yep.
Do we
So
have-
we have a comment from Karen Tiff.
Karen, yes, go ahead, Karen. Is Karen on mute? Maybe on mute? Okay. She's not coming through, but in the meantime, we'll hear from Dan. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, I believe the 2 options we have are Portal Acari, same material, but Acari has a greenhouse label, and Portal would be the outdoors. Both should have some efficacy for rust mite. I don't know if there are actually data for this particular species. Agrimec is labeled, including for greenhouses, except in New York, and can be used outdoors and should be effective. But those are the only options I'm aware of. And I'm not sure there's data on any of those, but there may be others that are worth testing too.
Okay, so I hear an A from you, Dan. Is that right?
It seems to be a need, yes. Yes.
Absolutely. And
yep.
We'll go back and check with Karen to see if she has anything else to add. Karen?
Yeah, she's working on her setup, so we'll ask Karen to go ahead and enter your comment in the chat. We'll be able to capture it that way.
Thanks, Warren. Appreciate it. And Mike, you got a comment?
Just that, I'm sorry, just that Karen was going to propose this as an A, that she did quite a bit of work on the GMUC, global minor use on this particular use. And I know she wanted to do it as an A. She's having some difficulty. If she comes in, I didn't want to talk because it was her project, but I know where she's coming from it.
Okay, we got a comment from Karen, and she says, maybe too early for NA. That's what Karen is suggesting.
It's her project.
Yeah, I read Karen's comments. It may be early to be an A, so we will, is it okay if, should we give it an A or B? It's fungus I want to do, but it's early, not sure if we have support from the company. So perhaps her part of it, at least, it's A, and we just heard from Dan. So Dan, should be for this round, give it an A and have a deeper dive discussion tomorrow?
That might be a good idea. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what she's testing and what the results were, but and the issues she's speaking of. So it certainly deserves more discussion.
Okay, perfect. We'll go with an A for now. Thank you.
So the project she's working to try to figure.
Hello.
Yes, Karen, go ahead.
Oh, hey, it's finally working. Okay, so we've been just starting the conversation.
We lost you, Karen. Oh no, we hear a sigh. I think you are there.
Just keep it a B.
Okay. So we'll, Dan,
Fine.
is it okay
That's
with
fine.
B?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep, that's fine.
All right. Give it a B then. 395. This is the last one on for quinoa, for beetle control, and we got a nomination from the Western region.
So comment from Doug Walsh.
Yeah, I just served on a young woman's master's thesis committee, and in the Pacific Northwest, it's lygus bugs that are the driver in terms of pests. He really didn't note any beetles as being a pest.
Yeah, I'll comment. This was an extremely bare bones PCR that came in. There is no specific beetle pest listed, nor were there any possible products listed for control. We have active studies in the residue program for lygus and quinoa, so that's kind of being covered there. Unless anyone else can speak to like what the actual issue is with beetles and quinoa.
Yeah, this is Michael. So this is coming out of Colorado. They were trying to work with a large grower there to identify this, but the project's just not very far along. So we can move this to a B.
Okay, perfect. So Doug, are you satisfied with the answer you have from Thomas on the on how it's being covered in a performance
Yes.
part? Okay.
I'm fine.
Great, thank you. So that wraps up the session. We got how many A's? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9 for insecticides.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Okay. So with that, if there are no other questions, we move on to, I will hand it over back to Van. And Van, you want to take it from here again?
I'll see if Jerry has any comments is he with us to move us along? Are we taking a quick break? We were planning to start at 1:30.
Yeah, I'm this is Jerry. I'm really wondering if we probably should wait till 1:30 because I have a funny feeling that some of the pathologists that will be part of this program will not join us till 1:30.
Yeah.
So I'd hate to start too soon. Maybe if we start 1:25 to give you an opportunity to give some of the preliminaries. But let's wait till that time frame, 1:25, and then we can start then.
I think that's a good plan. So about 25 minutes from 25 minutes from now.
Yep, we've got a request from Stephen Flanagan to start at 1:30.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll split the difference. 1:27 and 30 seconds.
Warren,
Is that okay, Stephen?
Warren, could you set the timer to go off at 1:25?
All right. Well, we'll have to split the difference, man. But yeah.
Okay, 1:27 and a half.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it's Mary Lee. I have a question. I think we missed some of the IS nominations.
Tony agrees.
Oh, well, you have to talk to Venkat. I'll jump out of here.
Yes.
Go ahead. What were the numbers?
IS 00007.
7.
Multicolored Asian lady beetles and grape.
Okay.
And we had interest in that one from Pennsylvania.
Okay, Pennsylvania, all right. I'll make a note of that and put that back on. I don't know how it got missed, but okay. Thanks, Marilee, for bringing that up.
There are several others.
Okay. Could you send me that list or we can pull that up from here? Hang on.
Okay.
I will.
I'm looking at your original spreadsheet that you sent us that we went through. We had a meeting prior to this workshop.
It was in there?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The top 6 lines on entomology are missing.
Okay. Let's this is the same list or a different one maybe. Might be the same list. Okay. We will go back and review that.
It's
007. So let's go through here quickly. This is a weed.
Yeah, I have trouble finding them in the PDF because they're kind of mixed together. They're not separated by discipline.
we just posted the PDF this morning, Marilee. This is Dan. Just because we wanted to be able to give people the background information from the nomination. And I'm not sure if they're sorted by crop group or what.
No, this is all mixed up, Dan. So
Yeah, and I was trying to search on them and it won't let me search on it either.
It looks like it's by crop group.
okay.
Yeah,
So
I think that's correct.
let's do this, Marilee. If you could give the numbers, if you could inform the numbers, I will make a note of it and make sure that they are attached to the spreadsheet that we have sent. Not sure why that happened.
Okay.
And I know you mentioned that it was not showing up in here as well, isn't it?
In the PDF,
Yes.
I don't think so. I didn't go through all of this.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the list that got pulled up and sent to me, and I made a
They
list.
are by crop group on this printout, Marilee. So was it grape was the first one you had?
Grape.
There's a couple grapes in here.
07, you said?
Yeah.
I see some grape on page 12.
12, yeah, thanks. 12 and 13. Multicolored lady beetle is on the top of page 13.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe this is the one?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. So this
And
is
Greg in Pennsylvania expressed interest in this. Do you want to speak to this, Greg? Oh, darn, maybe he took a break. Oh, there he is.
It's not our request, but this is something that our growers are dealing with, and I don't think there is a good solution because of the timing. So, I mean, if we can add A would be great, or I would definitively want to keep it under consideration.
okay, so I'm hearing an A on this one.
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll go with that. Next one, Marilee.
The next one is 00070, flea beetle eggplant.
Okay, I thought I saw that in here. On page number,
Top of page 7.
yep, go ahead, right here.
Yes. And this was also of interest to Shelby, and I believe Dan expressed some interest in this one also.
So you want to give this an A on this one?
Yes, let's give it an A for now, please.
Okay.
I think that's correct.
All right. So those two were missed. Anything else?
Yes, the next one is 00071, squash bug on summer squash.
Yeah, go ahead. Marilee.
Okay, trying to find, I know this is one that Brian Nault had interest in. Here we go. Yes, and also Dan and Shelby. We've had a lot of support for this in the Northeast, so I'd like to give that an A, please.
Okay. A for this one. All right, next one.
Okay, the next one we talked about combining two. It was 81 and 93, IS 00081 and IS 00093. Colorado potato beetle on potato.
Potato, that would be.
Otherwise, it should be all the way at the top if it's in crop reporter.
Yeah.
81 and 93.
Yes. Can they be combined?
Yeah.
Okay, then can we make that one and give it an A for now?
A for 93, and we'll move B for 81.
Okay. And then there's just one more. And I don't have an A on here, but it was nominated as a B. It's IS 00088 diabiotic organic cucurbits.
What is the number?
It is 88 00088. And
I think you said, Mary Lee, that it was nominated as a B online.
it looks like perhaps Karen Tift gave it a B, and it's in red. I'm not sure what that means.
Yes, that we got that into.
Yeah.
I
And the
don't
Bs
see an
usually
A.
don't show up for discussion at the workshop. We just keep the B priority.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I don't see any A's on that one, just the one B.
So
So we'll
it'll
be-
stay a B then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Anything else, Marilyn?
I don't think so, Venkat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. I'll add those to this list and make sure that we're ready for fungicides as well.
And
Thank
Kat,
you.
I'm not sure if Tony said he had one too or
Yeah.
not.
Tony, go ahead.
Hey, Venkat, thanks. I think Mary Lee put this one in 093, the potato beetle. I'd like that as an A.
It's at the top, actually. Venkat, I think it's number 3 or number 2.
Yeah, and you've already got it marked as an A from Mary Lee. It's the one that was coming
Okay,
up.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Sorry, right after this.
Yep. Okay, on the potato. Yeah, this is marked A already. Thank you. Yes, Tony.
Okay. And also 124, basil.
Let's see.
Right at the bottom.
Of which page? Oh, that's 99.
I'm looking at page 16. Is it the 124, Tony?
Yeah,
Yeah, top of page 16.
yeah.
Yep. 124. Perfect.
And just one more question. I actually didn't even see it on the PDF. Was there an onion thrips submission? I don't have a number though. On onion. It doesn't look like.
So this one you would like to support A?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Tony.
And that's my last comment.
And there was an onion thrip. You said it's a separate nomination?
Yeah, it's a different nomination, but I don't see it on the PDF either. So I'm wondering if that one didn't go through.
NCAT, wouldn't that 124 that you're looking at, that's downy mildew?
That is downy mildew. Exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Come up next, the next session.
Oh, you're right.
So, okay. So you didn't have this one, 124 on basil, at least not for the entomology session. Anything else that we missed, Tony?
Yeah, just that onion thrips, but I don't see it on the list yet anyway, so I can't give you a number at this time.
Okay, I will take a look at that.
Okay.
And see if it got filed or it somehow we missed or anything like that.
Great, thanks.
Okay, absolutely. Sorry about the miss. Okay, we got 4 that needs to be added as A's to the list.
Got a comment from Dan Gilrain.
Yep. Dan, go ahead.
Yes, I don't know if Nancy Fitz, is she still on? But I was just wondering how EPA is looking at diamide registration expansions in the stoplight analysis. Do you have an estimation of that, or is it a crop specific or use specific approach?
This is Nancy. I am here. What's the chemical?
I'm thinking of the diamides in general: tetraniliprole, cyantriniprole, chlorantraniliprole. Any of those? Is there? Maybe I'm overgrouping, but I'm just wondering if there's a EPA perspective on expanding registrations in the stoplight analysis with any of these diamides.
I think those are usually green. Looking for a couple examples. I don't know how many of them were projects were included.
I think tetraniliprole was a yellow, wasn't it, Nancy?
Chlorantraniliprole is green.
Yeah, that would be green. The other ones might be different, though. Maybe they're considered separately. That's what I was wondering.
Yes. I can't speak to the class in general. Sorry about that.
Okay.
This is Janine Spees. Can I ask you a question, Nancy, about the broflanilide?
Sure.
I don't know. We have a couple of requests in the southern region that are high priority for wireworm and sugarcane and sweet potato. I don't know if you can share any background as to why those were given caution or help us a little bit decide on whether that's really not a good way to move forward with right now, or.
Yeah, and thanks for this opportunity, because I've actually been getting a bunch of questions about some of the chemicals that we've given yellow. If remember our definition, or the definition we've been using, where green was no risk to being able to move forward with adding the use to the registration, whereas yellow, once there's something that makes us go, we're gonna have to look a little deeper, then that kicks it into yellow. So to be honest, people wanted a yellow-green category, sort of like we added orange between yellow and red, and I wouldn't let them. So just keep in mind, yellow is a pretty broad category. And as for broflanilide, we are still in the process of registering it, and we're working some things out. So that's where it was in July. I don't know if Craig, you want to speak to anything. I'd also point out that for broflanilide, I think all of the uses we had that were submitted by July were for greenhouse uses. So
Nancy, this is Craig Kleppe. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And Janine, can you hear me? In fact, Nancy, I sent you an email here just a little bit ago asking if there was any further rationale for the EPA caution. The PREA date has been extended. It was July, and now it's been extended to November. I think what's happening is you're just, EPA is needing additional time just to complete their review and get some or any label changes done by that PREA date. So I think all the proposed uses are still in play. from a soil application, and I believe all the IR4 projects that have been submitted are for soil applications. So you can look at my email and address it, but I think maybe part of the reason the caution is you're still under review for the initial active ingredient registration, but you do have a pre-date set for end of November.
Yep, that is correct. But there are some human health flags, red flags or yellow flags that we're working with. So that's why it got the yellow. And again, we didn't get a read from our environmental fate and effects folks because on outdoor uses. I can reach out and see if they would have any input on outdoor uses compared to greenhouse uses, if that would be helpful.
Thank you, Nancy and Craig.
Okay, we have a comment from Greg Clark. And Greg, you're saying that onion thrips is number 397. So we'll look into that. I'll look into that request for nomination for the onion thrips and get back to you. Fair enough?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Venkat, it looks like that request came in on the day, the last day of nominations. I think that's how we missed it because I didn't see that one.
Okay. If we have to, let's see how that works. I'll look into that and get back to you guys in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat. Is there anything else we need to do before we break?
No, that's all. We got 10 minutes, huh?
Yep, great. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Sorry about messing up the break.
Thank
No,
you.
Thank you for catching it.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye-bye.
We're back in 10. It's 1:30. We're scheduled to start our plant pathology discussions now. So Jerry, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to say in a way of a welcome to our pathology colleagues.
Oh, nope, not much. Hey, folks, how you doing? That's the only way to put it on the spot.
How you doing, Jerry? Okay. Welcome to our final third of the first pass through our project request here to this year. We're going to focus now on plant pathology. The next hour or so, we will go through the project requests that were given at least one A nomination from somebody across the country in the area of pathology. But before we jump into that, I wanted to just remind folks of the goals that we have for the workshop. Our target is 40A residue priorities in the food use area, 8 H+ performance projects, and an additional 8 A priorities for integrated solutions. So that's what we're seeking by the end of tomorrow, if we can do it, or Thursday. Before jumping into the project request for pathology, I thought I'd give you some stats here. For those who've seen this before, sorry about that. I assume there may be a few folks that haven't seen it yet. We started out with 422 project requests back in August the 21st that were made available for nomination. These 422 project requests were in one researchable category or another. We have several status categories that make project requests researchable. So during the nomination period from the 21st of August to the 3rd of September, we are looking at, there were 167 project requests in plant pathology. And of those 167, there were 61 requests that received at least one A nomination. And you see that kind of falls in between the number of A nominations for weed science and entomology. A couple keys to some of the codes you will see. from a residue priority code standpoint, obviously A is our highest priority. It's a project that is deemed critical to be done now. A B priority indicates that the project request is still important, but it's not critical, can wait for another year possibly. A C priority means it's important to keep a project request alive or active, but it's clearly not important enough to pursue in the coming year. Then we have three category codes, D, E, and F. These are project requests that have not been nominated at all for 1, 2, or 3 straight years, respectively. And when a priority becomes an F, it turns into a workshop drop, and we keep it in our database, but it no longer comes up for possible nomination unless a stakeholder submits a new request to resurrect it. We had 15 new additions to the 3 strikes and you're out column this year. I think it's around 450 total that we've kind of put in mothballs over the years. Looking at codes for performance meaning it's the same as our E/CS or efficacy crop safety research. Our highest priority, and we need it now, is the H+. We will determine the H pluses from the list of H's that come out of the 3 disciplines. H is a high priority, but it could wait another year. M is for medium priority. It's important to keep it active and alive, and L is our lowest priority. It's just important to keep that alive for discussion possibly in another year. And those who have been with us for the last 2 sessions are familiar with the assessment EPA has made for us for years, our EPA stoplight analysis. Just for those new on the call now, we have these color codes that EPA evaluates each year. We send them a list in early July of researchable projects at that time, project requests. And they come back with a green, yellow, orange, or red light. Anything that is a green there's really not much, and there's no concerns about registrability of the proposed use. It's kind of a green light go. Yellow suggests we proceed with caution. There's not a perfectly clear path to registration. There's some little flag that's raising a little caution. But it's certainly not a stoplight. We need to take that into consideration in the final assessment. Then there's the orange. It's a midway between yellow and red. And the suggestion from EPA on this is that we proceed only as a last resort. The path to registration is more uncertain than a request that is considered yellow. And then the red category, there's not really a clear path to registration at this time. And whenever any project request that EPA provides us a red before the nomination period starts, those project requests don't even show up for nomination because there's not a path forward at this time to register. This is kind of a list of some of the criteria that we need to be considering as we're selecting IR4 research priorities for, I see it should be for 2021 research plan. Things such as availability of alternatives to the requested use, including we have to keep track of ongoing projects for the same need. Pest damage potential, or is it a new invasive pest? Performance, crop safety of the suggested use. Compatibility of the proposed management tool with IPM and safety to pollinators and beneficials. We can't emphasize that enough. Also, is the new tool effective in helping to manage development of resistance? And one big category that IR4 has been successful in eliminating many Section 8 needs for many Section 18s over the years, the emergency exemptions. That's an area, if we can eliminate more Section 18 needs, that's a good thing. And we're also keeping in track of the value of new uses for harmonizing MRLs internationally. And last but certainly not least in this list is EPA's stoplight analysis that I talked about before. We really need to keep that in the front of our mind. So, okay. So we'll keep those criteria in mind as we go through our prioritization. I think we're about ready to kick off our pathology discussions. One last tidbit, I want to remind you that we will be going through the printout and Susan will be, you'll be able to follow on the screen, the Excel spreadsheet like we always display at the workshop in the ballroom, usually 2 big screens on each side of the head table. This Excel spreadsheet will be 1 project request per line, and we'll work our way down through that. Susan will add priorities that we assign in this session and any other comments that are appropriate in the head comment column. We'll do this crop group by crop group, but before I start through every crop group, I will give you an opportunity to raise a project request to this A nomination list if you can give me a good reason why the A nomination was missed. So I will try to remember that before we start each crop group and you have that one last opportunity. And those I'll call it an upgrade for the lack of the proper word, but bringing a project forward to discuss today has to come from the non-A nomination list. So I ask my colleagues or anybody else out there if you have any questions here before we get started, or we can just jump right into looking at all these pathology requests.
And there's a lot of stuff to do, so why don't you go ahead and get started?
We're cranking, okay. Okay, let's head right into crop group 1. In the pathology area, we have 8 A nominations. Are there any nominations that were missed for crop group 1 here in pathology?
So we've got a comment from Mary, Michigan State.
Mary, how are you?
Hi, Van.
I was wondering if I might get a question from you.
Well, you know, as we've been discussing, I'd like to add the picarbutrazox as an A nomination for ginseng.
Okay, I will give an extra comment on this. Whenever the nomination period started, Mary sent me a message that I'm trying to nominate this project and I don't see it. Turns out the status category at the time, the project status at the time we started nominations was ECS data ongoing. So we were in the middle of performance work. It was initially a status of potential, meaning that we needed to do performance work before approval for residue. Performance work was completed by Mary and colleagues up in the ginseng area. And we had not changed the category in time to get it on for nomination. It is now researchable residue data only. And it's the first time we've had an exception to bringing up a project that is not on the non-A nomination list, but this is very appropriate to bring this forward to discuss here. And I appreciate Mary following up and asking about it. It's one we'll talk about. So that's the story behind that one. Thank you, Mary. Any others that are missing here in crop group 1? Okay, let's start off with the first one. We have fluazindolazine on sugar beet, PR 12785. This is otherwise known as Celebro for nematode control. We have a North Central region A nomination, but it would be good to get a North Central state request. This project status was under evaluation, but I got an email from Brian Brett on the 11th of September saying that the feeling is that this product is not active, not so active on cyst nematode, which might be the most important nematode on sugar beets, but they would be supportive of other species. Brian, I don't know if you want to say anything further about that, or anybody else has comments on the sugar beet.
Yeah, Brian Bright here. So with Corteva, so one of the primary nematodes in sugar beets, I understand, is a sugar beet cyst nematode, and Reclamil is not that effective on the sugar beet nematode. If there are other species out that you are interested in, we do very well on root knot nematodes and reniform and spiral nematodes. So there is some selectivity there. So as long as you're going into this with eyes wide open and the appropriate expectations. With that in mind, you might even want to consider a year of efficacy data before you go into residue trials, before you consider, or if you definitely have other species that you need to control, then so be it. But just want to make sure there's full expectations here on species selectivity here.
Thanks, Brian. And I think from what you're saying, your suggestion might be that we make this status potential rather than under evaluation, but potential needing some performance data before residue work, unless someone has some input that suggests otherwise.
Well, we would support it.
Right.
But, we support it, but you want to make sure you're going after the appropriate species. So, it's their decision. I mean, and if whoever's asking for this, what are your key species of nematodes that you're looking to control? I guess that's the key question we're trying to determine here.
Exactly. Does anybody want to comment on that?
At this point, North Central, move it to a B.
I'm hearing a B from North Central. Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Brian, should we make that status then potential? Would that be your suggestion?
Okay, potential.
Versus under evaluation?
Right, okay, yes. Move it from under evaluation to potential.
No, add the appropriate information that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, next one is NMG 787 PR12 255 on carrot for nematode control. This is researchable, only residue data needed. This had been selected as a priority A at the 2018 workshop, but the manufacturer decided the use directions needed to be further refined and defined before supporting residue work, and now it is residue researchable. We have an A nomination from the Northeast.
Well, this is an important issue in the Northeast, but can you explain what to be determined by a manufacturer means?
To be determined by the manufacturer.
The manufacturer is to be determined.
We do not have not been able yet to list the registrant with this.
Okay, gotcha.
With this AI.
And Meg, do you have any comments on this one?
No, I think I'd like to see it as an A the first go around.
Okay.
Okay, we'll give it an A. Next request is PR 12665 fluxapyroxad plus pyraclostrobin on garden beet for Cercospora, pouty mildew. This is researchable residue data only, and we have a Northeast A nomination.
We'd like an A on this one.
An A for garden beets.
This is Richard Ray down in Florida. I'd second that one.
A second from Florida. Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving on to fluxapiprilin on ginseng, PR 13157. This was project status under evaluation, but another September 11th email I received from Jessica at Bayer indicated that foliar applications are supported, but may not support heavy foliar applications. I'm not sure what heavy foliar application means other than a lot of water maybe. And it must be applied with another Phytophthora product. And the Bayer has made the project status residue, researchable residue and performance data needed. A North Central A nomination. Any comments, questions?
North Central, keep it an A.
I hear an A for ginseng. Fluoxapiprilin. That's one I haven't seen too often. Okay, we have an A for now. Next is flutolenil on ginseng, PR 9392. This is residue only. North Central Region A nomination.
North Central, drop this to a B.
This is a study that had been completed earlier and had to be canceled due to analytical situations, so we'll make this a B for now.
Hi, Van. This is Catherine from IR4 headquarters.
Yes.
The current carrot and radish studies may cover the ginseng, and I talked about this with Mary from Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree that we are covered under the crop grouping.
That's actually to make sure I add a note to that. Okay, next one is turnip roots, thiazofamid on PR 13015. The status is potential need performance data before residue. Western region gave this an A nomination. What are your thoughts? Oops, I missed ginseng. We'll go back to Picardia putrizox. Turnip roots we're talking about now. Then we'll go back up to ginseng. There we go.
All right, if we're still talking about turnips, this is Danny Lytle at Oregon State. This is a high priority for us, so H or A or whatever we're gonna give that one.
Then we'll give that an H, Danny, thank you. Okay, Susan, now take me back up to ginseng. We have ginseng picarbutyrozox, which is now researchable residue data only, PR 12606. Any comments on this from anybody?
An A, please, Van.
We have an A from North Central. Thanks, Mary. Okay, moving on, we have two sweet potato requests. One is post-harvest. The first one is fluxapyroxad plus pyraclostrobin, PR 11918 for Sclerotium ralphsii. For this one, the tolerance is established. We need performance data to, I believe, to add the pest. Southern Region A nomination.
Hi, Van. This is Janine from Southern Region. We'd like to keep this an H for now, please.
Okay, we'll give it an H. Thanks, Janine. Okay, the last project request here are post-harvest sweet potato, PR 12521. This is researchable residue and performance data with sulfur dioxide. Southern Region A nomination.
I would like to keep this as an A, please.
Okay, we have an A. Okay, we have no crop group 2A nominations. Is there one that was missed along the way? Don't typically get too many requests for just a foliar crop group 2. Hearing none, we'll move on to crop group 3-07. We have 3A nominations. Are there any that were missed? Okay, the first one here is for the stubby root and lesion nematodes, Flueza andolazine, Celebro, PR 12770, and dry bulb onion. This is a researchable residue or performance data before approval of a residue study. And we have a North Central Region A nomination. It would be good to get a North Central requesting state. And I have a note here that the requester is only interested in bulb onion.
North Central, I'll drop it to a B.
So you want an M for that?
Yeah.
Then we've got a comment from Brian.
Brian, go ahead.
Brian, you might be on mute.
Brian, I think you're on mute. We're not hearing you.
Oh, I am. Sorry about that. Yeah, we would not expect activity against the stubby root nematode if that's what you're looking for. We would expect efficacy against the root lesion nematodes, but not the stubby root. So again, it's determining what the efficacy is against particular nematodes in that crop.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Brian. Okay, the next request then we have on dry bulb onion seed treatment is with flupiram. This is PR 12426. Status is potential, need performance data before approval for residue. Northeast and the West gave this an A nomination. A note here that Bayer has soil applied use pending registration, and it's BASF that has the seed treatment uses. So we need some performance data before approval for residue. Any comments?
Northeast would like an H, please.
An H? Okay, thanks, Mary Lee. And the third one here in crop group 30-07 is NMG 787, PR 13032. I have current project status is under evaluation, but an email I received from the registrant on 9/11 indicates that this is researchable residue only. And the North Central region gave this an A nomination. Any thoughts out there?
Well, Northeast nominated this as an A, but I will defer to Meg on this one. What are your thoughts on that, Meg?
I don't have a strong feeling on this one. It could be an A or a B. If nobody else is in support, let's make it a B.
Okay, I agree with that. Northeast will take a B.
Okay, thanks. Okay, that brings us to crop group 4-16. We have 6 A nominations. Are there any that were missed? Okay, the first one, difenoconazole plus azoxystrobin, PR 13094 on spinach for Stemphilium. This is researchable residue and performance data needed. The Western region gave this an A nomination. And there's a note here that there's potential interest by our comrades in Canada as a potential joint project.
Van, this is Stephen. This is an A for the West.
A for the West?
This is Richard Raid down in Florida. I'd go along with an A for that one.
That sounds
we
like
got a comment from Nancy. Nancy, go ahead.
Hey, Van, I think, and Susan, I think this is a yellow. That one actually even is on my list. So all of the canazols are gonna be yellow.
I was looking at that and thinking the same things. Thanks for bringing it up, Nancy. So this is actually an EPA yellow as well. Keep that in mind. As is the next request, which is PR 12932, difenoconazole plus cyprodinil on spinach. The project status was manufacturer will not support, and I have an email from 9/11 that indicates the manufacturer still does not support. So we have nothing really to talk about here. There's no support from the registrant. Next request is for azoxystrobin on greenhouse lettuce. PR 13109, it's researchable, residue and performance data needed. And this is for use, original request came in for greenhouse leafy green transplants, and we split it into 2 requests for the subgroup rep crops, lettuce and spinach. So this is for applying while in the plug, at transplant, and following transplanting. And we also have a note that there is a foliar use on leafy greens in the heritage label, but the expected higher use rate and drench application may result in higher residues. And we also could explore if this use could be secured via ChemSac proposal. Catherine, did you have anything else? Jump in there anytime to comment on these. This is a North Central Region A nomination.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that we could do a ChemSac if the rate is going to be increased, so.
Yeah.
Van, can I make a comment?
Yes, you may, Mary.
All right, so yesterday we talked about the etradiazole, and that still has a yellow caution. And the etradiazole was put forward many years ago, actually by Dave Thompson, and then it languished somewhere, I'm guessing because of an EPA caution. And so in the greenhouse industry, we've really been on hold for the herbs and the vegetable transplants. And so in working with Syngenta, azoxystrobin as a drench seemed to be a pretty good way to go. It would give us some broad spectrum reasonable control. I wasn't aware, I talked to Steve Koski, and he did not indicate that they needed efficacy or crop safety. So I'm a little confused by that. But as we go through the list for herbs and vegetables, we're trying to get a problem solved that I thought etradiazole many years ago could solve, but trying to move forward from that yellow caution material. So I'd like to see an A on these projects, hoping that we could do some rep crops and get the group as we move forward.
And that's why we did separate these. We'd have to do a separate lettuce, a lettuce study separate from a spinach study as rep crops.
Oh, okay. I'd like to give it an A at this point.
An A for the greenhouse lettuce transplant. Okay. I know we have a lot of these. We have the cold crops, you have the fruiting vegetables, and you have the herbs. So you'll be seeing azoxystrobin quite a bit here coming up. Okay, let's move on then to pyriophenone, PR 11473 on greenhouse lettuce, residue only, researchable, an A nomination from the South and the West. Greenhouse lettuce, what is your wish?
Well, from the production industry, we'd be okay with a B unless somebody else has a higher priority.
We'll make it a B unless others, someone else want to chime in.
No, I support a B.
Okay, we'll make that a B. Next one we have is the azoxystrobin greenhouse spinach. Like we talked about the azoxystrobin greenhouse lettuce, Mary's comments are appropriate for this as well.
Mhm. An A, please.
I'm gonna give that an A for now. Thanks, Mary. Another azoxystrobin mustard greens greenhouse transplant, the other subgroup in crop group 416.
An A, please.
A for greenhouse mustard greens transplant. Okay, that brings us up to crop group 5. We have, oh wait, we have another broccoli, yes. Crop group 5, we have 2 requests. A nomination requests. Are there any A nominations that were missed? And both of these requests we have broccoli greenhouse transplants, azoxystrobin, and cabbage greenhouse transplant with azoxystrobin. Again, we got one original request for the brassica, and we split it into 3 requests. One for the mustard greens, which we already talked about, which is in crop group 416B. And for the rep crops, broccoli and cabbage in the head and stem crop group 5-16. So that's the 2 that we're looking at here.
Hey, Van, this is Gary, University of Florida. Cabbage would probably be the biggest priority for Florida.
So are you saying you'd like to see an A for cabbage greenhouse transplants?
Yes, sir.
And an A for broccoli, please.
So we have 2 A's there for crop group 5-16. That brings us up to fruiting vegetable crop group 8-10. We have 10 A nominations. Are there any that, well, I need to go back. We had no crop group 6 or 7, the legumes and the foliage of legumes. No A nominations for those 2 crop groups. Is there any request that was missed as an A nomination? If none, then we will move on to the crop group 8-10. Any nominations that were missed for this crop group? Tomato, pepper, eggplant, etc. Okay, the first request here is for pyraziflumid on tomato. It's researchable residue and performance data needed. We have nominations, A nominations from Northeast, South, and the West.
I'd like to see an A on this.
Okay, here an A.
And A, West, this is Zach Bagley.
Did you confer the A? Concur? So we have an A for pyraziflumid. Next, we have pitiflumetafin PR12828 on processing tomato. This is a status potential. We need performance data before residue. Southern Region A nomination.
This is Catherine from IR4. I had a question about this study. I believe this is a current integrated solutions project. Can I get that confirmed by the Western region?
Yes, that's correct.
So this is an active ongoing work in IS.
Yeah, so essentially an H is fine.
An H or an M? If it's an H,
Yeah,
we'll
it doesn't
bring it
matter.
back. If it's an H, we'll bring it back and talk tomorrow.
An M, then it's fine.
I think you want an M, okay. The next is to greenhouse transplants with azoxystrobin, the same situation. We got a request for fruiting vegetable transplants. We split it into 2 requests for the rep crops, tomato and pepper, and you see both of those are in this group of 10 that we're talking about. Got a North Central A nomination for this.
An A, please.
An A for greenhouse transplants, tomato. Next, we have cyfluphenamide, PR 10830, greenhouse tomato. It's researchable residue and performance data needed. Where do we want to go with this one? This is for powdery mildew.
Processing says B. I mean, production says B.
North Central says B.
Sounds like a B. Thanks. Next one, we have greenhouse tomato with difenoconazole plus azoxystrobin. This is researchable residue and performance data needed. North Central A, Western Region A nomination. This is an EPA caution with the difenoconazole.
Again, production of B.
Anybody want something more than that, or is B's the way we'll go?
B sounds good for North Central.
Okay, we have a B. The next greenhouse tomato is fludioxonil plus pitiflumethafen, PR 12671, and researchable residue and performance data needed. A Southern Region A nomination for this one. Anybody want to speak to it?
Mike, do you have a comment on this one? If
I
not,
did, I was on mute. I'm sorry, I apologize. If we could go an A for now, I'd appreciate it.
We can do that, Mike. The next one is flutriafol on greenhouse tomato, PR 10804 for powdery mildew. Residue only, A nomination from Northeast.
B for,
An A.
I hear an A.
Yeah, could I just interrupt someone?
Did you say an A, Mary? Mary Lee?
I did. I said an A, please. I thought I had spoken over top of someone, though.
I was thinking of saying an A, but I didn't actually start saying it. So I don't know if that counts as talking over me.
Oh, that's scary.
That's really scary. Okay, an A for flutriafol. Next, we have pyrazoflumid on greenhouse tomato, PR 12978, residue and performance data needed. Western Region gave us an A nomination. Anybody want to speak to this one? This is for broad spectrum disease control.
Yeah, this is Michael. We'd like to keep this an A for now.
An A?
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm checking my notes. Sorry. Sorry, I take that back. Someone from the greenhouse will have to speak to this one.
and production says B at this point, if it's okay, Michael.
Yeah, that's great. Sorry, I got mixed up on a field versus a greenhouse trial.
Okay, thanks. We'll give that a B. Pyrazoflumid, yes. Next one, we go to peppers, greenhouse, bell and non-bell, isophetamide, PR 12608. This is researchable residue and performance data, North Central A nomination. Powdery mildew is the primary need.
Unless Tony has an issue with somebody else wanting it, production says B.
Yeah, Tony says A. B as well, sorry.
Sounds like a B, thanks. Next is the greenhouse transplant pepper with azoxystrobin, similar to the tomato we talked about above this and the other crops.
We get an A on this one too.
I hear an A for this one, okay? That brings us to the end of our fruiting and veggies. Next is crop group 9, cucurbit crops. We have 4 A nominations. Are there any that were missed that you'd like to bring forward now? Okay, we have the first one is NMG 787 on cantaloupe, PR 13030. Project status was under evaluation, but I have a 9/11 email from the registrant that this is researchable residue data only. Southern Region gave this an A nomination.
We'd like to keep this as an A, please.
Okay, we'll make it an A. Next request is NMG 787 on cucumber. Same situation. It was part of the 9/11 email I received. It is researchable residue only. Southern Region A nomination again.
Yeah, can we keep this in A2, Van, please?
Okay. Next, we have 2 greenhouse cucumber requests. First is cyclophenamide, PR 10445. This is researchable residue and performance data needed, an A from North Central, A nomination.
Again, production a B, unless Tony has a different group there.
B from Tony as well.
I'm glad you guys agree.
Hey, I'd bow to Tony at whatever he said.
You guys could have a pretty good battle, I think.
He's the only guy taller than me in the entire organization.
Okay, the last cucurbit here is greenhouse cucumber fludioxonil plus pidiflumethafen, PR 12673, researchable residue and performance data needed. I think I have an idea where this is going. What do I hear for this?
A for production.
A for, that's what we thought. Okay. Moving right along, that brings us to crop group 10, the citrus. We have 1 A nomination. Are there any that were missed? Bring it forward now. Okay, this one request that we have, propiconazole. I don't know, Nancy, does your comment on the conazoles fit here as well?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so this project, actually the status was manufacturer will not support. Until yesterday, I received an email that Syngenta had additional internal discussions and decided to make this researchable residue data only. I was at a table last night in Remo, and I saw Jim Atascavage. I mentioned that to him, and he said, "What's the joke?" I said, "There is no joke, right, Jim?" This is an A nomination from the West.
Yeah, it's not a joke.
Lemon post-harvest, and the same email comment is appropriate for the orange request, which we have, as well as the grapefruit request.
Well, this was specifically for lemons, and the propiconazole is already registered as a post-harvest treatment. This is for a label amendment.
For a label amendment.
Jim, this is Jerry Barron. I was just wondering if this true gets an A priority, does that mean we can stop doing the work on the cyproconazole for the same use pattern?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain why we need two? That because these things are probably about as much resources as 3 or 4 studies apiece.
That's why we limited the request to just lemons going into storage. So
Okay.
it was not a full blown project for the propiconazole. Cyproconazole is, although it's an azole, cyproconazole has unique properties, making it, as many people know, that the cross resistance isn't always equal between the azoles. And so we find that the cyproconazole works against resistant to isolus resistant, penicillium isolus resistant to amazolil. And it also has activity on geotrichum. And so this, even though it's in the same group, we can manage cross resistance better.
With Cypro or Propo?
With the Cypro, that's correct. Because it's more active than either amazolil or propiconazole. But it's only the only other material that we think we can get MRLs with. As you know, the natamycin, we're stuck in
Right.
MRL somewhere in the middle there with trying to get MRLs established. And so we're kind of in nowhere land with natamycin. So the cyproconazole provides a different activity level, even though it's the same azole chemistry, and provides a resistance management strategy.
Well, Jim, if I could bring you back to your comment on this lemon request, it sounds like from your standpoint, it's registered already, but this is for a label amendment. What would have to be done in your mind to amend the label? Are you talking about a different, higher rate? Do we need residue work, or is it performance data using?
Yeah, so basically the label indicates that 2 applications at 64 fluid ounces can be made, one going into storage on lemons and one coming out of storage on lemons. And so we are requesting a label change to do 1 application at the full rate of 128 fluid ounces going into storage. And then when they come out, they all get washed and we could rotate to a different mode of action. So we have preliminary data on residue work, but we don't have GLP residue work. And so we have to demonstrate that we're not going to exceed the established MRL.
Okay, so there would be residue work needed to support this project.
Correct.
Okay. So what priority are we going to put on this?
Syngenta wants to get more data on it, so I think it's a high priority, H. I think they don't want it as an A at this point, but I think it's going to be an H.
Well, the note that I read was the residue only.
Yeah, well then we can make it an A for now, and we'll see how.
That's what I was trying to get around to. I thought that's where you wanted to go.
Well, I do want to go to an A there, but I don't know. I didn't understand fully the Syngenta comment yesterday. That's what caught me off guard. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll make it an A for now and revisit it tomorrow or the next day. Will that work for you?
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, it brings us to the next crop group, 12-12 stone fruit. We have 3 A nominations here. Are there any, oh, I should go back. Sorry, I missed my little note here. We have no crop group 11-10 pome fruit A nominations. Are there any that were missed? I don't think we actually had any available. So crop group 12-12, 3 A nominations. Is there anything that was missed here? Okay, hearing nothing. The first one is on cherry, PR 12973, fludioxonil plus pitaflumethafen. It's researchable residue and performance data needed. Western region gave us an A nomination. I have some notes, and maybe Catherine, you want to comment, notes here that there are tolerances established for fludeoxonil on the stone fruit group and for pitoflumethafen on the cherry subgroup 12-12A. So
The fludeoxonil tolerances, I believe, are just for post-harvest. And Canada actually did a pitoflumethafen cherry study, but it didn't include the combo product.
Okay.
This is an A priority for the West for cherry exports. It's very important to have pre-harvest residues for both of these materials.
Okay, we'll make that an A. Next up is oxythiopyperlin on cherry, PR 13141 for Phytophthora root rot, crown and trunk diseases. This is researchable residue and performance data needed. The Western region gave this an A nomination.
It's an A request from the West. We have some efficacy work done, and obviously we registered this on citrus and also on recent pending avocado. So we're looking at almonds, which is Syngenta's doing that. So, which is a peach root stock. And then we're looking at, they told us Syngenta indicated to us that we have to go with IR4 to get cherries.
So I hear an A, right?
Correct.
Okay. Next is peach, fludeoxonil, pitoflumethafen, PR 12972, same thing, residue and performance data needed. We have a Southern and a Western region A nomination for this request.
It's A, so to get the crop group.
That's supported by the Southern region and A, please.
So A from the West and the South, okay. And that brings us to crop group 1307. The berries, we have 2 A nominations. Are there any that were missed? Okay, the first one is tetraconazole on blueberry, PR 7948. This is researchable residue data only. North Central gave it an A nomination. This is an EPA caution along with the other conazoles.
North Central would like to keep that in A.
Yeah, there's a note here that says the tolerance in berries is set in most key areas like the EU and Japan. So it sounds like this is critical for trade.
Correct.
Okay, that's an A. And the other one here in this crop group is for cranberry, benzovindoflupyr, PR 11811. This is researchable residue data only, an A nomination from the Northeast.
John Wilson from Cranberry Institute would like to make that an A.
I think we can do that, John. Any other comments?
Yeah, it's we had it as an A in 2015. It was rejected by Syngenta. I think now we can work with them and try to get this. It's a different frac group than we've been dealing with, so we're hopeful that it can help us with our fungicide control.
Yeah, fruit rot complex.
Yes, sir, fruit rot.
So that's an A.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, that brings us up to crop group 14-12, tree nuts. We have 1 A nomination. Is there any A nomination that was missed? Okay, the one request we have here is for walnut triphenyltin hydroxide, and oldie but goodie. PR number 13097. We still have the status for this request is under evaluation, unless there's a representative from the registrant UPL that could make a change in that now or before the workshop's over. Western Region gave this an A nomination.
Van, we've got a comment from Jim again.
Okay, Jim?
Well, this is, again, our search for materials to work against, or in combination with copper against Xanthomonas juglandis on walnuts as a resistance management strategy. This is registered already on pecans, and we have some preliminary efficacy data. The concern is with the registration process. We'd like to hear from EPA to hear if this is high risk for registration.
Yeah, this is a request that came in long after we sent our list to EPA back in July, so they did not yet have a chance to look at this. I don't know if Nancy would be able to make any comment today, but I'll give her that opportunity if she wishes.
Yeah, this is Nancy. I don't, I can't speak to it myself because I don't have the information, but I can work on it and have information by tomorrow if that would be helpful.
Well,
I think
Jim,
that would be really helpful. I think it would be very helpful.
sounds like this is a high need, but if Nancy could come up with something that would be helpful. So I think I hear an A for now, Jim.
Correct.
Remember, it's still under evaluation, so we don't have registrant support at this point.
I have verbal support from UPL, but obviously I can't speak for them. I just talked to them on the phone and they said they support it.
Well, we need a little bit more than that, as you know.
Okay.
No, we sometimes we hear that kind of comment from out in the field, and in fact, the headquarters group, the registration group, or whatever at the company, has a different take on. So we want to make sure that we do have the accurate information from the registrant. So, but if Nancy can find anything out before tomorrow, that would be really helpful, and that would be above and beyond your call to duty, Nancy. Okay. We had no crop group 15/16, crop group 17 or 18 A nominations. Is there anything that might have been missed along the way in those crop groups for A nominations? Okay, that brings us then to crop group 19, for which we have 5 A nominations. Is there any project request A nomination that was missed? Okay, the first request here is fludeoxonil plus pitiflumethafen on basil, PR 13078. This is researchable residue and performance data needed. It's a potential joint project with Canada. North Central Region A nomination.
We'll keep that an A. It's a big one for the Illinois growers.
This is Richard Raid down in Florida. I agree with that.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, guys. That's an A for now. Next is fluoxapiprilin on basil, PR 13067. This was project status under evaluation, but I have a 9/11 email from Bayer, from Jessica, indicating that this is researchable residue and performance data needed.
A, please.
An A?
Yes, please.
Okay. A it is. Now we have a basil azoxystrobin for soil-borne pathogens. This is a request that came in for greenhouse herb transplants. We split it into 2 requests for the proposed subgroup rep crops, mint and basil. This is proposed for the new crop group regulation issues from EPA. This is researchable residue and performance data needed for the greenhouse transplants.
An A, please.
I hear an A. Okay. Next request is for fenhexamid on basal greenhouse transplants for retail sale. And this is botrytis blight, PR 12062, researchable residue data only.
There's an A for North Central. I think the Northeast would agree.
We had
Yes.
two, both had an A nomination.
We do agree.
Okay, we'll have an A for now. Next, we have propamacarb on dill seed, PR 12854. This is potential. We need performance data before residue study. A Northeast region A nomination. The
Okay.
request that came in was for crop subgroups 19A and 19B spices and herbs, but we decided to make the request for dill seed only.
H for the Northeast, please.
Here, H from Northeast, okay, H. Okay, that then finishes in crop group 19. We had no crop group 20, 21, or 22A nominations. Is there any project request that for which an A nomination was missed? Okay, we have one A nomination for crop group 23, the edible peel tropicals. Any A nominations that were missed for crop group 23?
So we've got a question from Jim.
Go ahead, Jim.
We also requested Dodine on olive. I don't know if it got in on time. Maybe Michael can comment on that.
Yeah, it was not in on time. We'll take that up in the upgrade proposals.
Okay, thanks, Michael. Hearing nothing else, the request we have here for olive, difenoconazole plus azoxystrobin, PR 13099. It's researchable residue and performance data needed. Again, this is a EPA caution for the conazole.
This is Jim Atascavage. I requested this as an A. And last year we're doing residue work on difenoconazole mixed with cyproconazole. So this is a rotational product and resistance management for the azoxystrobin. The difenoconazole is already being done as residue work in this mixture. And so the azoxystrobin would be the only ingredient in this pre-formulation.
I think you mentioned there is an active difen plus cyprodonyl project.
That was approved last year, correct?
That's ongoing. Yeah. So you wanted an A for this?
Correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, that brings us to crop group 24, inedible peel tropicals. We have 6 A nominations. Are there any nominations that were missed getting on the A nomination list?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look as we go, but yeah.
Okay, we'll start out here with avocado with penthiopyrad for anthracnose and other pathogens.
Yeah,
PR
that's,
13075, researchable residue and performance data needed.
yeah, it's an A.
Yeah, this, we have an active banana study with penthiopyrad, and if this use pattern, I think, matches that, then we would be able to support a subgroup 24B tolerance and cover a lot of other crops, including things like mango.
Okay.
So that's an A. Is that right, Jonathan?
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Okay, next we have propiconazole on avocado, PR 12557. It's researchable residue and performance data needed.
But I
Heather, anything you want to say about this one? It's again, this is an EPA caution.
Yeah, so because there appears to be a communication gap, they don't understand. We're not looking for a, anyway, we're gonna make it a B.
A B?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, John. Next in avocado, we have a trifloxystrobin plus flupiram, PR 13074. This status was under evaluation, but by this an email from Jessica Bear on 9/11, the manufacturer supports this residue and performance data needed. So is there any comment from the Southern region who gave us an A nomination?
You're talking about the triflox?
Trifloxy plus flupiram,
Yeah, we have it as an A.
an A, okay. Next, we have flupiram on pineapple for nematodes, reniform nematodes. It's PR 130919. Researchable residue data only. What do I hear from Western region gave us an A nomination?
Hi, this is Julie from Hawaii. We'd like an A.
Julie, how are you doing out there?
I'm good.
Good. We'll give you an A for flupiram on pineapple.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yes, somebody had a comment?
No.
No? Okay. Next, we have mefanoxam on passion fruit, PR 13046. Residue and performance data needed, a Southern region A nomination.
It's an A. Yeah, A.
Now I have a note, we have a note here that from the manufacturer, they support it, but they need to further understand the target pathogens, and they're not certain that Nectria is supported. And I guess that would come out, well, they're asking for performance data, but if that's the only target, it sounds like there's some question about that.
Yeah, I'd make that an H.
So you think you would like to do some work from a performance perspective before?
Actually, one of our collaborators said he's going to submit the needed data.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I made it an H. So, no, on the SP 2700, right?
Oh, you're one ahead of me.
Yeah.
I was talking about mefanoxam. That's an A.
Oh, that's an A. Yeah.
Okay, well, you moved on before I did. Ahead of me, Jonathan.
Sorry, I'm anxious to get out of here.
Aren't you having fun yet?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well then we're up to passion fruit SP 2700. Need efficacy data only. This is a tolerance exempt.
I see that I don't see, yes, that's fine. I don't see the miracle fruit.
No, we didn't get there yet.
Oh, okay.
So you want an H for the SP 2700.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You're way ahead of me, Jonathan. Because I want to talk now about the last group, our miscellaneous 99. We have 9 A nominations. Is there any nomination for A that was missed in this classy group of crop group 99?
Yeah, so it would be PR 12596, which is copper hydroxide. We wanted that as an H.
Is that on the?
It says it only needs crop safety.
It's the last one in the PDF, and it's residue ECS only.
Oh, copper hydroxide. Yeah, that is 12596. It's the last one, Jonathan.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Okay.
Hey, Ben,
Yes.
this is Will. About the coffee.
Yes, Wilfredo, how are you?
Good. What about yourself? Good.
Good. You want to talk about indolazine?
Yeah, fluopiram. I will put fluopiram as a A.
12758, correct?
Yeah, it is researchable. Only residue data needed.
That's right.
This is Catherine from IR4.
So,
Hi, this one was actually written as a ChemSAC proposal that was approved recently for no residue data needed.
So you don't want to we don't want to use an A for this because we're already going to achieve it, correct, Catherine?
Yes.
good.
How about that, Wilfredo?
Yeah, good news. The very last group getting good news.
That sounds good.
Yeah. And the other one, since it's the same target as nematodes,
Okay, the fluazindolazine, Celebro,
yeah, it needs efficacy data, crop safety.
performance before residue,
Yeah.
approval of residue, yes.
Yeah. I'll keep it as an H.
An H?
Yeah, if Corteva is still supporting it.
As far as I know, they are, unless Brian can tell us something different. I've
You need
heard
to know.
nothing. Okay.
What do you need to know?
The coffee, Celebro and coffee is still performance data before residue approval, right?
Right. We have very good data from Florida, but we don't have data specifically on Meloidigine Kona. So if you want to begin residue trials at the same time you're doing efficacy trials on Kona, that would be fine. Or if you would rather do some efficacy trials first and then residue, that would be your decision.
That seems like the way we'd probably want to go, Wilfredo, correct?
Yes.
So we'll make that an H?
Yes, unless Julie said anything else. Have anything?
This is Julie. I agree with Wilfredo's comments. Yes.
Okay.
Keep it in H, and thank you, Catherine, for the ChemSAC on fluopiram.
And thank you, Catherine, too.
Yeah, so we'll make the fluopiram a B because we don't need to burn an A on something we've achieved. Thanks, Catherine.
Wilfredo, Julia, thank you both.
Thank you, you bet.
Okay, we have a couple hemp requests here. The first one is Cyazofamid, PR 13058, researchable residue and performance data needed. This is for use in the field and greenhouse.
I believe it's a B. Is Rick Besson on?
Yeah, I agree. It should be a B.
I've disagreed from the whole time. This is Jana Beckerman.
Speak to us.
So my disagreement stems from the fact that it's responsible for major problems in stand establishment in the field. It's a problem in nursery, quote unquote, grown hemp. It's a problem in the greenhouse. The other thing is if it was applied early enough, the whole MRL issue might not be there because you'd be, and it would no longer be detectable later on in the season, particularly in crops grown for CBD where you're concentrating your buds.
So what priority are you suggesting for this?
I've been suggesting A all along.
I just want to note this is Catherine from IR4 headquarters. This is for foliar use.
It also said drench on the label, on the thing from IR4. We did this before.
Yeah, just a foliar drench. Just wanted to make it clear it's not a seed treatment or anything.
Yeah, the request came in as for foliar applications, but headquarters suggested soil drench would be better for Pythium control.
Correct.
Yeah. So I'm hearing an A at this point. I think an A is going to override the B for now. Okay. Next is isofetamide, PR 13007 on hemp, residue and performance data needed for sclerotinia, botrytis, powdery mildew, anthracnose, field and greenhouse use. What do our hemp folks have to say?
I would suggest an A.
Okay, I hear an A. Anybody vehemently opposed to that for now? Okay, that's an A. And the next one here is PR 13060, metalaxyl plus penflufen plus prothioconazole. This was under evaluation, but by email on the 11th of September from Bayer, from Jessica, they're just discussing this internally to further assess their position on hemp, and they made this a manufacturer hold. So it's not really something we're going to be able to move forward at this time.
So Hicks.
No, we're not going to make it an X. It's that I'd like to maybe make it a C. We haven't had a C yet, so we can't even make it a capital C, right? There we go. So that will be on hold for the time being.
Then we have a comment from Doug Walsh.
Doug.
I was just waiting for hops to come up.
You were. Well, I was going to skip over to mint. Just kidding. Next is hops. PR 12848, picarbutyrazox. It's researchable residue data only. Doug, do you have something you'd like to talk about hops?
Yeah, I think I'd like to join the A parade here.
An A parade, okay.
And I would note that if you look at the on the database, we have requests coming in from both the north, central, and southern regions for this as well, in addition to the west.
If you also look on the comments in the database, this is an A priority for residue work in Canada in 2020. I'm not sure how much is or is not being accomplished this year, and what if there certainly could be some value in those data to help us with what data requirements we have. Catherine, is there anything you can add to that, or even Christine up in Canada?
Yeah, I'll let Christine answer. She sent me an email confirming that they're doing efficacy work and residue trials in 2021 in zone 5 and zone 12.
The residue work maybe didn't get started this year. Well, anyhow, we'll be looking into that in a way of we would be checking those data to see what would be needed in the states if this becomes an A priority. So it's an A for now, Doug.
Great.
Dan, it looks like Christine is trying to say something, but she's she chatted, I can't unmute.
Okay, well, if she can get through before we wrap up here, we'd love to hear what she might have to say.
Yep, we're going to work with her.
Thanks, Warren. Okay, we have a greenhouse transplant, a azoxystrobin request here that falls in line with the basil and the other transplant project requests that we've discussed up to this point.
An A, please.
I hear an A for greenhouse transplant mint. Okay. It brings us down to our last two requests both on Miracle Fruit. It's a miracle that we are going to wrap this up and give IS more time than they were hoping for. The first one we have here is PR 12585, azoxystrobin on Miracle Fruit. It's residue researchable blood plus performance data for anthracnose and other pathogens. There are no fungicides registered for Miracle Fruit. Any comments from the southern region that gave this an A nomination?
Yeah, it's an A.
Okay, we have an A for Zoxy on Miracle Fruit. And then last but not least is copper hydroxide on Miracle Fruit, PR 12596. We need efficacy data, performance data only.
Yep, that's an H.
Jonathan started with that one in 99. He said an H.
Yeah.
So we have an H for copper hydroxide.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan.
No problem, thanks.
Were we able to connect with Christine in Canada, Warren? Has any luck yet?
She has a comment for you, Van.
Yeah, so it's in the chat. So 3 residue trials in 2021 and 2 efficacy in 2021. And she's also going to try to call in here.
So it looks like their 2020 program was delayed to 2021 probably because of COVID-19 and a reduction in their work capabilities this year. Well, that brings us to the end of the pathology food use request. Is everybody happy? Anybody happy? No thumbs up.
And if no one's happy, it's a good sign.
Say that again.
If no one's happy, it's probably a good sign because no one got everything they wanted, right?
Well, looks like we have 40 A's out of this. So if we add 40 to, I'm trying to do some quick math. We have a lot of work to do.
Lots of work to do.
40 plus 32, what's that?
90 A's.
90 A's. Well, could be worse.
So
we have to cut that 90 down by more than half. So I'm going to suggest that everybody really put their thinking caps on tomorrow morning, starting at 11 o'clock Eastern time. There'll be an opportunity with our regional breakout sessions. I ask you to communicate any way you can between now and tomorrow afternoon when we start going through pass number 2. We will combine all of the A's and all of the H's for the 3 disciplines. And we will start through them by crop group tomorrow afternoon. I think that starts at 1:30.
12:30.
Is it 12:30?
Yep.
Okay, 12:30 for the food use. And we will go until, we'll shop until we drop, basically. So I want to say thanks to everybody for your input so far, and be prepared for some further discussions and whittling our numbers way down. Thank you. And looks like we have a 10-minute break until IS fungicides gets kicked off about 10 after 3. Any other comments, Jerry or anyone?
You took the words out of my mouth. Thank you.
I should do that more often, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we got about 15 minutes to cover. And you're in the home stretch here, so let's begin. I know my colleagues are here on the call. I hope I'm coming through fine.
Yes, you are.
Yep, loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna start sharing the screen here in a second. And good afternoon, everyone again. Welcome back to the Integrated Solutions nominations for 2020. We are going to cover the pathology projects now. Again, just a quick recap. So far, we have received 58 nominations from the disciplines, 25 from fungicides. We have looked at herbicides and insecticides. We have picked about 8 projects as A priority for herbicides, 14 for insecticides. I have included those that we missed a couple, and we'll go through that towards the end very quickly. But now we turn our attention to fungicides. And again, as I mentioned earlier in the past, and for those who might have missed, we have 4 problem areas primarily that we deal with: mitigation related to the reduction in pesticide residue levels, and for organic production, the products required for those, and pest problems without solution, looking at biopesticides as well as the conventional and a combination of those, and finally the resistance related to resistance issues. So these are the 4 problem areas where we normally deal with, and we received nominations. We received, so that's, with that said, I'm going to jump right into fungicides. But before we do that, I'd like to ask my colleague, Catherine Homa, to give a little bit of overview of what's going on very briefly on the ongoing project activities. Catherine?
Hi, everybody. Let's just give a brief update as to the other projects. For verticillium eggplant, this was the 2nd year of the study with the 2019 results posted. So we're done with this since it's been 2 years of data. The damping off of hemp was a very popular protocol. It's going to continue in another way, specifically with many different requests for organic use or under other numbers if they're nominated. So those results are posted if you'd like to see them at the various field sites on the IS site. The bacterial diseases of sweet potato, organic uses. This is a new one for 2020. I'm not all that sure if it started yet, but this is going to be a 2-year study that could be completed in 2021. Carry over with a new trial in 2021. So those are ongoing. We also have an ongoing study with fire blight in palm fruit, apple, and pear. This was the 1st year of the study this year. Some issues were encountered at some of the field sites, so these are being continued into 2021. We have a Fusarium crown rot of tomato study. This one is the one that we brought up previously during the residue portion. So this is where it's located for processing tomato. So this one is funded by California, so that's why it's not on here, or it's on here separately. And then our last one is our bitter rot of apple, and that one is ongoing. It started this year. Again, there were some issues encountered with frost. So this one will be continued funding for 2021.
Great. Thanks. Appreciate that, Catherine. So here we jump back into the new, the nominations for 2020 on fungicide. We start off with project 012 is for black rot on organic grapes, and the request has come from Northeast region. Any comments on that, please?
Yes, I would like to keep it an A.
Okay. I hear that we have an A for this one. Thank you. So there are these two projects, 021 and 050. There's a potential for us to kind of group them together under a single project. In fact, both the requests have come from Northeast as well. Any comments on that one, please?
There's some other ones as well. There's a couple Phytophthora capsicum ones.
Yeah, this one was specifically for fruiting vegetables, and then there was one for cucurbits.
Yes. And they will come down the line. So this is what we thought probably there's an opportunity to combine together.
Yeah, I definitely would support combining, and I'd give it an A unless nobody else really supports, and then I'd be okay with a B.
Okay, so if the first one we can do a B and the other one we want to do an A, would that be okay?
Yeah, I guess I was envisioning that they were being combined, and I was happy giving them a B unless somebody else felt strongly of an A. I think there's some other more important projects on the list.
Okay, so at least first round, you're gonna do this. This works if this is acceptable. Would that work for you? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. And then we move on to these two projects here, 35 and 035 and 188, both related to laurel wilt in avocado. And in fact, both of them received nomination from Western region as well as one from the Southern region. Any comments on that one, please?
This is Janine. I can comment from the Southern region. I reached out to some of the colleagues that are working on this laurel wilt and Phytophthora root rot in avocado. And while there are certainly huge issues, I think we are at a point where we don't really know if there's some applications that could be put into the field yet. So I'll say that's our comment from the Southern region, but I know this was originally from the Western region, so maybe they have more to comment on that.
Jim Atascavage and the Western region was considering this as an A because of that combination of funding support for Phytophthora and laurel wilt on avocado. And there are materials that can be developed for avocado for the Phytophthora side of the avocado. So we have materials that were registered on citrus, and so the Orandis or oxythiopiperine is a pending registration on avocado, but we want to develop rotational materials, and so we were thinking about Presidio and Ethoboxum and potentially Revis. So we were looking for materials that can be put in to get efficacy data for and put in for residue work next year's workshop.
So am I hearing an A from you, Jim, on this one?
Well, if it includes the Phytophthora component as part of the West and Southern regions' efforts for this combination project of laurel wilt and Phytophthora.
At least here on the submission, it was only for laurel wilt, I guess, isn't it, Catherine?
Yeah, that's what it says here. Is there anything that wasn't included on this that we missed or?
I don't believe so. Jim, did we miss anything from your submission?
Well, this thing came about. We didn't hear from the USDA funding agency, and so this project was funded over the summer for a joint project nationally between all the states producing avocado and Puerto Rico as well. And so we were thinking that this could be parlayed into a project that included Phytophthora, but it wasn't put in the original submission for this IS solution nomination.
Okay. So what do you guys propose?
We don't have laurel wilt in California. And
Yeah.
so that the perspective of why it got an A in the West was because of this joint project for laurel wilt and Phytophthora management in avocado. And when we met as a group, the Floridians thought it was a possibility to include the laurel wilt and the and the Phytophthora in the avocado integrated solution nomination practice. So I'll let the Southern people speak to how they think about this, but if we can include Phytophthora, because we don't have laurel wilt, we would put it as an A.
Okay. Any comments from you, Jenny?
I can speak to, I'm wondering if this might need to be a new submission to be considered. I don't know if, for the laurel wilt perspective, which is the issue in Florida, and Phytophthora root rot is certainly an issue as well, huge issue. But from the laurel wilt perspective, the researchers that are working on this, they've been working with assays in the lab and have identified a number of AIs that would be effective, but the issue is how those are delivered appropriately into the avocados for them to be effective. And it is not at that stage yet where I think we could do anything in the field with that. That's my take on that.
Gotcha, Janine. So Jim, can we go with B on these for now, since the submission, this is specific for laurel wilt? Maybe we consider the request when we have one coming up next year?
That's okay with me. I just, like I said, we needed input from the Florida group, and if this is how they want to proceed and we have to make a new proposal, that would be fine.
Okay, thank you. Janine, you're okay with this then?
Yes, I'm fine. I don't know if Jonathan is available and wants to comment any differently, but I think that's how we're accepting of that.
Any other comments on this before we move on? Okay.
There is one quick comment. The propiconazole is going through the IR4 program on for avocado as a post-harvest treatment. So there will be fruit residue tolerances established for avocado with propiconazole. So propiconazole has a label for tree injections for oak wilt, and it might be doable to do tree injections with propiconazole under the labels that Syngenta has for other diseases on other tree crops.
Gotcha. So would you like us to reconsider this from B to an A?
Well, I'm not doing the research. We need Floridians to comment on like say the other labels of propiconazole, like Alamo, and they have another one too for tree injections, and so it is used in that fashion. I just don't, we don't have laurel wilt in California, so from my perspective, if we have to amend or put in Phytophthora, then we'll wait a year. But the Floridians, if Jonathan can comment, that would be important to consider that as at least one of those as a potential trial for obtaining a solution to this laurel wilt with one of the existing labels of propiconazole.
Gotcha, Jim. Yeah, we are not hearing anything from Jonathan, so we'll for now leave it like that and move on.
That's okay with me.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. 095 and 096, again, there is a potential for combining these two, and we can test the organic products as well as other kind of products. Any thoughts on that? The nomination here is coming from Northeast.
And just a note for this one, we've done a couple of protocols with this, both through Michael Braverman and one conventionally through me for bacterial diseases of fruiting vegetables. And we didn't really have too many promising solutions. So this one would need some new products to be considered for it to be an A, for it to be, considered.
Yeah, Meg or someone, you have any thoughts on that?
I don't think we have enough new things to test, and I would put a higher priority on some of the other bacterial diseases we have on the list. So I am happy with these. I am okay with these being a B.
Great, thank you. Right, we move on to 098. It's another pest problem without solution, another bacterial leaf spot problem coming in from Northeast, again from Meg. Any comments on this one for cucurbit vegetables?
That can also be a B unless anyone in another region wants to speak up. And we do have a new product we could look at, that Garda.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Anybody?
Richard Raid from Florida. And Meg, do you have any experience with the Garda? I mean,
No, that's brand new. It's an interesting sounding product.
okay, thank you.
But we could also look at it with other bacterial diseases, such as black rot, which is next on the list.
Okay.
I kind of have thoughts that maybe what we do is we pick one bacterial disease project that we're going to pursue as a A.
Okay, so what do you propose?
I'd say the black rot, which is the next one on the list, unless somebody else feels differently about.
So I'm hearing that you're okay with giving the 98 a B and 100 A on for the 100 on the black rot.
Yes.
Any dissidents, any concerns on that? Okay, great, thank you, Meg. 109, so this is for, again, botrytis and organic herbs, and the request in this one coming in for the North Central region.
That's going to be an A for North Central.
A for North Central. Okay. So we have 110 and 147, both. Phytophthora here, one for summer squash and the other one in general for cucurbits. So potential for combining these two together. And of course, the regions that have nominated Northeast as well as North Central. So any thoughts on this one, please?
I think we can look at picking one of the Phytophtheras as an A.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody else on the call in this meeting wants to chime up about what crop group they'd prefer to work on. Because I think if we can show efficacy with pepper, it's going to be effective most likely with squash and vice versa. Pepper takes up a little less space. Could be a rationale for picking pepper over squash.
Yeah, Meg, this is Mary Hosbeck. So in Michigan on pepper, we see more of a crown rot versus a fruit rot. So we're, always looking to apply plant protection materials via drip for pepper. We don't get the fruit rot on pepper as you might in the Northeast. And so
we do, that's interesting.
Yeah, so we don't really, only a couple times in many, many years have we seen it.
The other would be to do to fund the two crops where you're doing experiments side by side. That could be very interesting.
So then for cucurbits, one of our big challenges, we have two challenges, of course, with cucurbits, with squashes. One is to keep the plants alive. And in that case, the challenge is similar to peppers in that we would focus on adding materials through the drip for those programs where growers are using, the raised beds, black plastic drip. But then for us, we have another whole issue with fruit rot, and there we're looking at foliar applications. But, a good biological system would, of course, also integrate some of our cultural strategies, where we've been looking at age-induced resistance, and then we've also been looking at some cultivar selection on squashes. Also on peppers, we have some cultivars that have some degree of resistance. Not perfect, of course, but at least we have that there. So I am really supportive of the PCAP projects. For us in Michigan, I think our biggest struggles are like on the hard squashes, and perhaps secondary would be the zucchini summer squash.
So, Mary, I'm hearing an A on this one and a B on this one. Is that okay?
Yeah, and I think maybe as we get further into discussion, we could have a PCAP project, and I think maybe Meg had suggested this. If we had a PCAP project, then individuals could choose the system that they wanted to work within that was most important to their state, or systems with different crops. And that might, be a good way to satisfy this need and engage a number of different states or researchers and allow them to address the specific issue in their state.
I think that'd be excellent.
Gotcha. Okay. So here we go. We'll, this is what we're going with. And,
Perfect.
All right. Thank you. So we'll turn our attention to 115, and this is in Rhizoctonia. Strawberries is the crop. We have a request coming in from Northeast region. Comments, please.
So this is basically, related to black root rot complex in strawberries in perennial systems. So in the Northeast, we have many perennial, matted row system strawberry still, and chemical fumigation is not done, so the options are really, really very limited. But we have been trying like anaerobic soil disinfestation and few other combination of things, but really the results are not that encouraging. So I don't know whether any product is available that can be tried.
Yeah, and that's the question. Are there any products, any comments? I mean, if there are no products really to test, obviously we don't want to waste an A on that one, but any thoughts anybody could share?
Mahfouz, are you okay with taking a B for this, and maybe next year there will be something?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, we'll take a B.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 124 here. And that is downy mildew in organic basil production. Again, very few options, very few limited options. And the request is coming in from North Central region. Any thoughts?
North Central can bring that to a B.
Okay, understand. Any other comments on that, please? On the basil? Good to go? Okay. Move on to 149. This is, again, downy mildew for cucurbits for Northeast region.
I would like that to be an A.
It is. 213. This is mitigation. The problem is mitigation. There are some solutions that are kind of shared here for different diseases in blueberries. And the nomination is coming from Northeast region. Any comments?
There was interest in the Northeast on this, but it's a mitigation. So I think there was a misunderstanding on what this would mean as a project. So
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
no, if you had information on that, that'd be great.
So typically what we define, we were mentioning here merely for everyone, typically when we are looking at this problem, it's all about reduction in pesticide residues. I mean, are there any options to consider, any products? If something is you think that is higher and that can be lowered in rate and tested, this is where we want to kind of go with. So this problem showed up under, it was submitted under mitigation. And
So we'd also integrate, sorry, Venkat, but I'll just add maybe just a few things and see if that's in line with what the nomination was looking for, Mary Lee. But so using products, as Venkat said, either at lower rates or longer PHIs, but then also using maybe biopesticides close to harvest, or products that may break down very quickly, or products that already have standards in place for some of the export markets. So it's a bit complicated, but that's kind of how the mitigation studies would work. So we would work to mitigate some of these products that you have listed, like the cyprodonyl fludeoxonil, maybe with something like potassium phosphide or some of the other biopesticide products that could be used. That help? Does that provide some clarification?
Well, I appreciate the definition. And Mangun, if you are on the line, you had expressed interest in this. Does that make sense, or should we take a B with that? Maybe he's not still with us. Okay. I think we can take a B for that, please.
thank you, Mary. Okay, we move on to 325, and it's powdery mildew on hemp. And the request comes from Western region.
It's just a reminder with this one, we're gonna have that powdery mildew residue protocol that's starting this year too, with thionyl.
This is Mike Bledsoe, if I may. I know Michael's, this is his project he put in, but, and Catherine's absolutely right. We do have Gatton going in now as a powdery mildew only, but that's all it does. It would be nice if we couldn't maybe use this to approach some of our manufacturers that are not supporting us at this point and see if they would allow us to get it into a program, because I expect the manufacturers to start changing gear in a couple of years. But it's just a thought. I mean, it didn't come from me, but it is an area, even though we have a powdery mildew material going through, that's all it does is powdery mildew. And there's multi projects out there, some of them out there that have multiple, well, even one of the ones we're going to be putting in this year as a priority, isophenamide. So just thoughts. I don't know if it may be a way to go to some of the other manufacturers, even though they're not quite ready, and see if we can nudge them off center.
Thanks for those comments, Mike. Yeah, so as Catherine said, there's already some ongoing stuff happening, and with fludianol. And so what do you think, Mike? Where would you like to kind of put a priority on this one?
I'd really like to hear from Michael, because his contingents out there, I think, were the ones that were strongly supporting it.
Right.
Yeah.
If he's
So
on.
I was hoping some of our hemp folks from the West would join. to talk about this just a little bit more. Just checking my notes, I just don't have a lot of information. So, I mean,
Michael, what we can do is we can give it an A for now on this one. And I know tomorrow, maybe when you have your discussions, if you can sort this out, perhaps.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
Okay. All right, 32332. This is resistance-related fungicides that are resistant to botrytis and cranberry. And the request is coming from Northeast region. Comments, please.
That's caneberry.
I'm sorry, caneberry.
That's okay. We can take a B for that.
Take a B. I'm gonna wear my glasses. 344, organic production, powdery mildew again for cucurbits.
I would like an A for this. There are a couple new products in development, a couple things that have been recently registered, and most of these are labeled for both downy mildew and powdery mildew. I think it would be really interesting to have a project that's looking at, and separate crops, downy mildew and powdery mildew control with these, to be able to tell organic growers how well they work for the two different diseases.
All right,
Meg. As well.
Yep, thank you. Thank you both for the support on that one. We move on to 355. Again, this is some of the resistant fungicides, same problem, botrytis for strawberry this time.
We'll take a B, Venkat. Thank you.
Thank you. 378 is pest problem without solutions. The request comes in from Western region, from Karen, and tomato, brown rugose, fruit virus for the greenhouse tomatoes.
Karen not on?
Is Karen on?
I'll go ahead and speak if she's not.
No, it
Go
appears
ahead.
she's not on.
Okay. Just a comment then about this. This is one of the largest challenges for tomatoes and peppers worldwide at this point. There are some, well, CPRO has Ninja, which is SP 2700, which may or may not have some activity. It's in there because it is a significant, a huge problem. North America, it's the biggest challenge in tomatoes going on at the moment. But like you said, it's not truly a PPWS, but there's only one or two products out there I can think of. And CPROS is probably the strongest of the ones that I can think of at this point. Just so if nobody else has anything else to add to it, we won't make a big study, but it's certainly a major issue. And I'm going to back out at this point and let you guys fight it out.
Michael, any other thoughts from your end?
Yeah, we have to rely on Karen on this one because I'm not familiar with it and it wasn't discussed on the call, so
Okay.
I just don't have any knowledge.
So we'll give it an A then? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, nomination 384. It's related to mitigation again in coffee related to the anthracnose disease. And I'm not sure if there are any other, I mean, what fungicides we are talking about, but the nomination has come from both Southern region as well as the Western region on this one. Any comments, please?
Hi, Venkat. This is Julie Coughlin from Hawaii. Coffee anthracnose has become increasingly important for our coffee growers in recent years because the Kona growers are expanding to higher elevations and there's more rainfall, so they've suffered some pretty severe losses in recent years. And we have identified a good promising list of conventional products and biopesticides with Catherine Homa's help and Michael Braverman. And the idea is the results of this work can be used to identify products that will fit with the residue, with resistance management. And then ultimately we can develop a sound IPM program for disease management in coffee. And also some of these products could be efficacious on coffee rust as well. So we would be targeting anthracnose as well as possibly coffee rust, which is a huge problem in coffee. Not in Hawaii yet, we don't have it yet, but when it gets here, that will be a really important issue.
Okay. So I take it that we'll go with an A on this one.
Venkat, this is Janine. This is heavily supported by the southern region as well. A lot of issues, losses in Puerto Rico. And like Julie said, there's a nice list that's been developed with Catherine's help and others. So we fully support this.
Thank you. Thank you both. An A on that one. And now moving on to this new request that has come in again this year. 391 for damping off in hemp. Then this is a greenhouse primarily. So we have requests actually from Northeast, from Southern, as well as from Western region. Comments on this one, please.
I just have a question. How does this differ from the work that's already going on?
So this is Alan Taylor at Cornell in New York. Basically, the project that's going on right now is on industrial hemp for direct seeding, but it is a seed treatment project. What we're looking at now is kind of changing gears for the CBD hemp, which is focused in the greenhouse, but again, using seed treatments, but really some of the best seed treatments, which would be a biochemical type of biopesticide, is what we want to focus on for this particular project.
Okay. Alan, thank you for that. Any questions? So what would, I mean, with the support it is, what should we go for? Should we go for an A? Any other concerns?
I had notes from Johnson. He was saying he wanted to go for an A, but that's one of the research.
Okay. Alan also wanted to chime in and say something else toward the end.
Yeah, just a few other things, Venkat, is I was very, very glad I had 10 Me Too's in support of this. I had colleagues who were writing letters to all the IR4 regional in kind of in support of this. So it got a lot of momentum, basically in all 4 regions. And here we're showing 3 A's across the board, which I think is one of the stronger projects going forward, because it's not a Northeast problem per se or a New York problem. It's really much broader when we're looking at CBD production in the U.S.
Great. Thanks, Alan. Anything else? Anybody? Right, we move on to 396, and this is Alternaria on quinoa. It's a new nomination that's come from Western region.
And Venkat, I'll mention, again, this was coming out of Colorado. We just don't have a lot of details on this, so I would move this to a B for right now.
B on this one. Thank you. And again, by the way, just wanted to let you know, we have come to the end of the fungicide nominations, but this one, 388, this was something that was earlier discussed in the entomology session that received an A on the nematodes. I just wanted to kind of bring it out and move it into the fungicides spreadsheet here, but we're good on that one. So with that, pretty much we are complete on the nominations, the first pass discussions. Let's see how many we received in total. We have 12. So 12 for fungicides, 14 for insecticides, and 8 for herbicides. Before we wrap this session up, first, let's kind of open this floor up for discussion. Any other comments, any other thoughts that you'd like to share? Have we missed something that needs to be discussed? Okay, and I'd also like to, didn't mean to put you on spot here, Dan. Dan, how are we doing overall? Dan Kunkel?
We have to cut the list in about, we can only take about a quarter of what we have for Thursday, I guess, when we finish this out. So we definitely have our work cut out for us.
Right, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. As we said earlier on, we have monies to support 8 projects. And so we need to trim down. I am going to place this one, we will be including this and uploading it onto the website. And it will be available for you later today, hopefully.
So in the regional breakout sessions, I know you'll have a lot of discussions about the residue, product performance, efficacy, crop safety, but then also please take some time to discuss the integrated solutions and where we can make cuts there too. Fortunately, also California will be sponsoring a few projects. So our target's 8, but we could probably get a couple more on because we have some sponsored by California too. So anyway, that's it'll give you a lot to discuss tomorrow during the regional breakout sessions.
I have a quick question. Wasn't there a hemp seed treatment project on this list on the very bottom? I don't know. Did we already discuss that? Did I miss it?
Yeah, we did discuss that. That was this one.
Oh, that was that one. Okay, I must have missed it. Okay.
Dennis, you're in good shape.
Okay, just checking.
This was for CBDs too. Dennis. I don't know if you heard that, but it was for CBD production more so than the fiber production that we're doing now. So.
Okay.
Good.
So Dan, any other points? Anything else?
No, I think it went pretty well. I wish we could have cut a few more down, but we certainly understand. You know, it would be nice to get some feedback at the end of the workshop if this is a reflection of an increasing need in this area of integrated solutions. So I think the IR4 program as a whole, especially the board of directors, would probably like to know if that's the case, if there's an increasing need in this area overall.
Right, good point. And based on the need, obviously, the funding levels also are going to change, isn't it, Dan? Hopefully.
Or if new monies come in, then the proportions may change also.
Right. So any other last minute thoughts before we wrap this show for today? Okay, then I'll turn this over to Jerry and to Fountain Works, please.
Okay, well, I want to thank everyone for hanging in there. We've gone through this now 2 full days, made a lot of progress, still have our work cut out for us, but no, we won't belabor that much longer. So good luck everyone tomorrow morning. The plan is you will have, we will have 4 regional breakouts. Thanks for putting that up in the screen because I was just going to mention it. If you go to the web page for the conference, there'll be 4 breakouts, and you can click on your respective region, and we'll take you to a Zoom meeting that will be run by the regions. The meeting themselves will be coordinated by the regions, and we'll have people circulating around, joining in. If there's questions, we'll be available. You know, the biologist, Van, Dan, myself, and others will be available if you have questions. But for the most part, you know, the goal of this region is to caucus, figure out which you want to really push for and what you really don't feel is necessary and you can cut off. The plan is to reconvene at 12:30 and we'll start going through the final priorities selections. We'll start with magnitude of the residues and product performance research. Once we get down to the requisite number of projects, we will then go to integrated solutions. If we get through tomorrow with the magnitude of the residue and product performance, we'll start on integrated solutions. If we don't, that'll roll over till Thursday morning, where we have reserved all day on Thursday from 11 a.m. Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern to do what we necessarily need to do. So that's the next couple days in a nutshell. Again, thank you for calling in. And I think unless there's anything else or questions, I think we'll break for the day. Okay.
Thank you,
Well,
Jerry.
Jerry, this is Mary Lee. We're on the East Coast and we are now getting smoke from the West Coast. So we send all of our best out west.
Yep. Yeah, we mentioned that in the beginning of the meeting this morning about the beautiful sunsets yesterday that was enhanced by the smoke from the western region. So, you know, just thoughts and prayers for you guys out there that remain safe, and hey, give everyone else a thought about what's going to be happening over the next couple days down in the Gulf Coast with Hurricane Sally coming in there, and it's supposed to be historic rains down there. So all the best to that group. All right. Anything else tomorrow as we wrap up today?
Jerry, it's Iris. I'm wondering if you could send out the selected priorities or put them up on the webpage somewhere so we could download them.
I believe the Weed Science is already posted, and I think I wouldn't commit to anyone, but I bet that Maddie will have that up in very short order on the website. So
I think Susan has already provided to Maddie the combined A's and H's for food use to be posted on the workshop website. So I think we can be there.
That'll be up there shortly.
Yep.
Be there shortly.
Thank you, Maddie.
Okay.
Hasta la mañana.
Okay, we'll call it a day. Thanks all.
Thanks, everyone.